continue to campaign around the world in the way that she has reminds me so much of the legends of our political struggle in South Africa. And so I think it's important also, given the role that South Africa has played recently in relation to Gaza and in relation to the International Court of Justice, to say here today that South Africa is calling out Israel. It's calling out a genocide in Gaza. And we would know even more about that genocide if Julian was free and doing the work that he has done his whole life. And I think there are many in South Africa as a consequence who hold both Stella and Julian in extraordinarily high esteem, who believe that South Africa is in solidarity with Julian at this awful moment. And really, you know, Nelson Mandela, my former boss, spoke about the reality when he came out of jail after 27 years in an apartheid jail. He said, our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinian people. I think today we need to say that our freedom is incomplete without Julian's freedom, because we cannot live in functioning democracies. We cannot hold our politicians accountable. We cannot eradicate corruption that is largely driven by conflict around the world, because the arms trade accounts for 40% of all corruption in world trade, without acknowledging the work that WikiLeaks has done in making us all aware of how our political systems thrive on warfare and conflict, thrive on the suffering of millions. You know, we have a situation of permanent austerity in the Western world, but that's because we're spending over $2.2 trillion a year on conflict and warfare. So for all of those reasons, Julian must be free. And for every single day that he is not, it's an indictment on our governments, on our politicians, and on the state of the world today.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay.
Really appreciate it. Great to meet you.
Just want to show. He's a man who has a lot to say, forced to remain silent. He's a man of peace, surrounded by violence. He's a man of justice, no matter what the cost is. He's a man of truth, smeared by lies. A wild colonial boy named Julian Assange, working at the rebel library of Alexandria, preserved the historic record from the burning fire of the emperor. He stood up to the biggest bully and set an example for the rest of man. With the brave whistleblowers, they tried to free civilization through the means of mass communication. But the Praetorian Metropolitan Thought Police harassed the award-winning journalist, using the public's purse on a covert op out of public sight, throwing pebbles at the Ecuadorian embassy's window in the middle of the night, breaking the Vienna Convention. To kidnap or to kill? That was the CIA's question. 24 hours of surveillance, 7 days a week. Julian couldn't even get healthcare when he was feeling sick, because UK bureaucrats wouldn't lend the Shining Knight a safe passage bridge. In broad daylight, she Elizabeth's henchman kidnapped, political asylum. The wild colonial boy named Julian Assange has been suffering in profound isolation. It's a human rights violation. Free Julian Assange.
Has just gone into the courthouse. There's a massive crowd here in London, and so well there should be. It's a very, very serious trial. We really do need to get Julian Assange out of Belmarsh prison and the charges against him dropped. As an Australian, I am still relatively appalled by the lack of support and a lack of robust action that has been taken by the Australian government. It's time that we stick up for our own citizens. We cannot let Julian Assange be extradited to the US for 175 years for exposing truthful US war crimes. It's time for Anthony Albanese and Penny Wong to actually get on the phone and publicly denounce what's happening and publicly use the leverage that we have of AUKUS and say to the US, we want them to drop the charges right now. Free Julian Assange.
Hi. I've known Julian Assange and his family since I was asked to be a surety for his bail 13 years ago. He is a hero, and yet he spent the last 12 years in what the UN has described as arbitrary detention because he exposed US war crimes, human rights violations, and illegal surveillance that were printed in several major newspapers worldwide. Information that the public has the right to know. The US wants to extradite him to face a likely prison sentence of 175 years in one of America's notorious high-security prisons. To prevent his extradition to the US, he was granted asylum in 2012 by the Ecuadorian embassy in London, before being dragged out by British police in 2019 and sent to the high-security Belmarsh prison in London, where his solitary confinement has been described by the UN rapporteur as torture. His persecution by a vindictive US government and a cowardly and co-opted UK justice system is intended not only to keep him silent in the future, but to warn other journalists and publishers to never again speak truth to power. Not one of Julian's revelations have been proved to be false. And while the perpetrators of heinous crimes are free, the journalist and publisher Julian Assange is behind bars and fighting for his freedom. On the 20th and 21st of February, Julian's appeal against extradition to the US will be heard at the Royal Courts of Justice in London. This might be the last time we can stop the extradition and demand justice for Julian here in the UK. Julian's freedom is our right to know. It's now or never. Free Julian now.
Why is everyone come forward? People all at this way.
What it was trying to get the same shot you got with that. We've got different levels, aren't we?
Yeah, we're going to have to come forward. You're another line.
Go forward then, you might.
I've come here today because Julian Assange is facing his final hearing in the extradition, whether he'll be extradited to the US, to be stuck in a hole in a Sam's penitentiary with there's no fair trial in the US. It's impossible. So he is due to be extradited if they it's a political case, which is illegal for them to extradite on political offenses. And they ought to have freed him years ago. It's been 4 years he's been in Belmarsh. But this is a joke of a case. It's not even a real case. It's political, and he told the truth about the wars. That's all he did, and for telling the truth, he's facing 175 years if the CIA renditions him. And these people are not good people. So no one should be for this, because it ends journalism. It'll end journalism around the world. No one will want to be a journalist anymore after this. They'll be afraid of having the same thing done to them. Thank you.
Tell us who you are and why is it you're here for Julian Assange?
My name is Jim Mowat. I'm a director of Unite the Union in the UK and Ireland. I'm here for two reasons. One is for Julian, and one is to expose the sheer sham of the British judicial system. It's a disgrace that Julian, doing his job as a journalist, has ended up in a high security prison, and his family have been deprived of him for over a decade. But it's not surprising. It demonstrates the power of the United States and kind of poodle impact of the British government on that. It's not the first time I've been at the Royal Courts of Justice. I was here 18 months ago on a campaign for the Shrewsbury Pickets. They were jailed in 1975. But it only took us 47 years to get justice with the Shrewsbury Pickets, so I've not got much confidence in the British judicial system. So I'm here for Julian and to expose the British judicial system.
So Julian is in the dock here.
Yeah.
But I'd ask you, who else is in the dock here with him? Who stands with him? Who is in jeopardy with this case?
I think people that believe in free speech, people that believe in the sovereignty of countries, people who believe in truth against power.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So
Thank you.
Your name is?
Vincent De
My name is Cheryl Sanchez, and I've been with the Julian Assange campaign since 2019. And the reason I'm here today is to show my support for Julian Assange, a man who has done no crime, an innocent guy who just tried to tell the truth. Telling the truth in the eyes of the UK and US government has become almost like terror. And Julian Assange is not a criminal. He's been in Belmarsh as if he's a criminal. He's not. And the problem is today he's caught between two devils, Rishi Sunak and President Biden, between the devils and the deep blue sea, which is the Atlantic. If he goes to USA, he will not get a free trial. The UK should have just deported Assange like in the good old days, because Julian Assange, if he's become a person non grata, he could have just been deported back to Australia. The UK has decided to jail a journalist claiming to be a democracy for journalism, because the UK is now a colony or an asset of the USA, and so it is no longer independent. And I fear for the life of Julian Assange and justice and democracy in this country. Thank you.
morning that Julian could not attend because of health issues, which is of grave concern. He has been suffering in the cell, and no wonder after all these years in this cold cell. I don't know the details of it, but I do worry about him. His health has been deteriorating through his almost 5 years of incarceration here in Belmarsh prison, and the mental toll that it has on you to have the prospect of being shipped up to a complete isolation in America, of course, adds to the strain. And so I do worry about him. I don't know the details, but he is not well. I'm not too hopeful about the outcome here in his court, but I've been heartened by the fact that politically there's at least has been a wake-up in Australia to fight for Julian and bring him home, but more is needed. And I think the general public in Australia needs to make it clear, because I know that the general public wants Julian home, wants his boy home. So what can they do? They need to make it absolutely clear to the Albanese government that they need to do more. And bear in mind that Australia has leverage as a part of the AUKUS alliance, as a part of the most important strategic partner of America, by their own admission in the region, not just in defense, but also in trade. So make a linkage, that's what you do in politics, and say, we cannot continue unless you free Julia. It will have an effect on our relation. So make them understand the gravity of it and the gravitas which is behind Albanese's government. The vast majority of the general public wants their boy home, right? So this is how it works. It's up to the people to put pressure on the government. Thank you for what you've done, but you need to do more and put your weight behind it. Put an equation on the table. That's when international diplomacy works. That's how it's being conducted. It is not outside the framework of it. If Albanese really cares about Julian's freedom, he should put down and demand, not ask, demand that Julian is free. And they drop the charge against him so he can bring Stella and the boys to Australia to walk free for the first time since 2010.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Stephen Donziger. I'm a human rights lawyer in the United States of New York, and I'm really honored to speak to you today to urge the release of Julian Assange and the dropping of his extradition case. I know what persecution from the US government is about. As a human rights lawyer, I represented indigenous peoples in Ecuador against Chevron. We won a big pollution judgment against the company, and then I got prosecuted by Chevron in US courts and locked up for almost 3 years. I know what the US government does when its interests are threatened in a serious way by serious people like Julian. People need to understand that the US government is using Julian's case as a way to try to criminalize advocacy, as a way to try to punish truth tellers, as a way to try to intimidate people from taking on the structures of power that keep most people down. Julian needs to be let go. He needs to be able to return to his work as a journalist, as a publisher, as an activist, so the world can be a better place. The cruelty being visited upon Julian is unconscionable. And I again urge the Biden administration to drop the extradition case, stop trying to detain Julian Assange, and stop trying to use his case and other cases, including mine, to try to criminalize advocacy and try to criminalize activism and try to intimidate those who take on the structures of power that really hurt people around the world. Julian, we are with you. The world knows what is happening. We are coming to help you. We are here, and hopefully you will be free in short order. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Seth Stern, the Advocacy Director at the Freedom of the Press Foundation. We've been talking about Julian Assange's prosecution for quite some time. And whenever we do, it's inevitable. Someone's going to say, well, this has nothing to do with press freedom. Julian Assange isn't a journalist. Some might respond to that by arguing over whether he is one or not. And to us, that's just a distraction. It really makes no difference because he's being prosecuted for basically the dictionary definition of investigative journalism. Obtaining information from a source, Chelsea Manning, talking to Chelsea Manning over encrypted channels, publishing the information she gave him. There's no exception under the Espionage Act for journalists. Read it, you won't find one. Not a single one of the 17 Espionage Act charges that Assange is facing makes a distinction between journalists and non-journalists. So there's nothing in the law, if Assange is convicted, stopping future presidents from prosecuting journalists, whatever you call journalists, under the exact same theory. We would just be trusting future presidents to use good judgment and not cross that line, make a distinction between the Julian Assanges of the world and whoever they consider to be real journalists. Good luck with that. You'd have to be really naive to trust future presidents to exercise that kind of restraint, not to mention the problems with having presidents decide who is and isn't a journalist in the first place. For one, Donald Trump is on the campaign trail loudly proclaiming his desire to lock up journalists. Do you think that he wouldn't use an Assange conviction as a weapon to punish and censor the enemy of the people? That's what he calls the media. But this isn't just a Trump issue. About half the presidents since Nixon have seriously considered prosecuting journalists under the Espionage Act. There may be more. Those are just the ones we know about. Nixon impaneled a secret grand jury in hopes of indicting Neil Sheehan from the New York Times, as well as his wife, over the publication of the Pentagon Papers. You hear a lot about the Pentagon Papers, but it didn't stop there. The Ford administration had serious talks with the DOJ about indicting Seymour Hersh over his reporting. Reagan's administration at least twice thought about prosecuting journalists. His CIA director even met with the publisher of the Washington Post and threatened an Espionage Act prosecution. Alberto Gonzales, during the Bush administration, suggested prosecuting the New York Times under the Espionage Act, not just privately, but on ABC News. Now, none of them pulled the trigger. Why not? Well, probably because they knew that prosecuting a publisher of information under the Espionage Act would be unprecedented. It would draw public backlash. It would create political problems with them. Maybe it wouldn't hold up in court. But what if it wasn't unprecedented? Does anyone out there really think that not a single one of those presidents would have gone forward with prosecuting journalists if someone like Assange had come before them and had been prosecuted successfully? Of course they would have. And if he's successfully prosecuted now, of course future presidents will. Even if somehow they don't, journalists will know that they can, and they'll conduct themselves accordingly. Some journalists might be brave enough to risk a long prison sentence to expose wrongdoing, but not everyone's going to be willing to be a hero, and we're going to lose really valuable journalism as a result. When you see newsrooms collapsing, even the threat of legal fees for journalists to defend themselves is enough to make them self-censor, let alone the threat of being convicted. People are entitled to their opinions about Julian Assange. That's fine. We're not here to change anyone's mind about whether he's a real journalist or whether he's a good person. Think what you want to think. But if he comes first, a journalist you do like is going to come next, and another one and another one. And that's why his prosecution poses nothing less than an existential threat to the freedom of the press.
My name is Philip. I've come here with a friend from Austria because it is a crucial day, it's crucial 2 days. What's been negotiated here is not only about our right to know, but also about our duty to know about the wrongdoings of governments, about the wrongdoings that are made in the name of our people. I think our governments they have a duty, or we the people have the right to know and the duty to know about what is being made in the name of us. With our taxes, we are entitled to know about the wars that are made in our names with our money, and so we can decide whether we agree upon that or not. And this is why this is so important here. And I'm very glad that there are so many people from all over Europe and all over the world that gather here today. Yeah, thanks a lot. All the best, solidarity.
This is a long-term activist here in London called Mad Dog. I've seen his passport. That's actually your name.
Just a mad bloke.
Oh, Mad Bloke. That's right.
Dog will do. Dog will do.
So thank you so much for all your advocacy that you do for Julian Assange.
Thank you.
Why do you think it's such an important issue?
Because the truth is the truth, and globally they're trying to corrupt it, and they're selling a false narrative, getting people to believe whatever it is they want them to believe. But the truth is very, very important. If you haven't got a truth, you don't know what to think, you don't know who to vote for, and they're making the truth a crime. And as far as I can see, Julian was the only person telling the truth. He's never redacted anything. When we need the facts, because we don't get the facts from any other news out there, like the mainstream media and the newspapers, it's all the government's mouthpiece. So I'm a fan of the truth, which is what drew me WikiLeaks and Julian in the first place. And the fact that he tells the truth is why they're trying to kill him, basically. And they won't let out, as far as I'm concerned. He'll probably die in jail. And it's a crying shame that I'm embarrassed to be part of this planet, really, and part of this species that is acting like this. So.
Well, we've got a massive representation of people here today.
Yeah, it's good today.
Yeah.
We come out twice weekly anyway. A smaller group comes out twice weekly, just to try and keep the public aware, because the mainstream media, they won't report anything.
Maybe you could tell us where you meet during the week for other people that might want to come down and connect with you guys.
On Wednesdays at 3 to 5, we're just across the road here at the Australian Embassy.
Yep.
On Saturdays we do 4 to 6 at Piccadilly. And then sometimes in the morning on Saturday, some of us go to the prison to shout over the wall. So he knows people are still out here. But this is so corrupt. I've got no faith in what goes on in here. I mean, all the court cases along the way. And they break their own laws just to keep Julian inside. It's a crime. The law obviously doesn't apply where Julian's concerned.
And a lot of people, it's a political case, requires a political solution. Being Australian myself, I think that the Australian government's got a huge role to play in the freedom of Julian Assange, as does the UK. So what do you think the UK government really should be doing in an ideal world?
In an ideal world, they should stop just doing what America wants them to do. Because we are just America's extra little state, aren't we, over here?
Oh, we're talking. We're Australian. It's even worse.
Is it? Australia seems to be making more noises about getting Julian out now.
Well,
since the Labour government got in there.
Absolutely, and I'll give some credit to them for doing that. But we need to be more robust in our demands.
Well,
we just signed a AUKUS deal with the US, $360 billion, and we've got American bases peppered all over Australia. So we've got what we call leverage, but we're not using it wisely. So But I think it's just as much as the UK is corrupt as the US, to be honest, hand in glove.
Very much. I'm embarrassed to be English, honestly. I'm embarrassed to be an earthling, to be fair. But what our government could do is listen to its own laws and obey its own laws.
Yeah.
If that was the case, Julian would be free.
Absolutely. Excellent.
And they're not doing that. They're deliberately not doing that. No, that Judge Barrister, the Old Bailey, criminal decisions these people are making, and they get promoted and to the House of Lords and make dames and lords. It's an in club, and you can't. I don't know how you get past that.
Well, I think the people
revolution, maybe.
Yeah, the people are waking up, and we're going to demand a lot more from our government representatives. And we're doing a great job here today, and you do a great job. You and your team that are constantly out here on the streets. Love it. Thank you so much.
Well, we're local, so we can. It's easier.
Free Julian Assange.
Very much.
Thank you.
There's only one decision! US, UK!
And our Foreign Minister. As you know, they could make a difference. They could make this a relationship issue, which it is, with the with the US government and the UK government. We need to make it very plain that Julian's life really is in the hands of our government, and they need to do something about it. And the issue is that coming into court, just so you understand it, it's not the appeal. It's not something that's going to ultimately make a decision about the merits of Julian's case to prevent the extradition. It's only leave to appeal. And they have a number of great grounds for it. And that is that the original court failed to really consider that this is a political prosecution. And there's a great argument for it. Because the US government hasn't charged any of the other editors of the newspapers that publish it, the Wall Street Journal, the Guardian, Der Spiegel, and the others. If they charged everybody, you say, well, I mean, they've treated all of the people they're accusing equally. In this case, they haven't. They've singled out one person, one organisation, and they just figure that they can get away with that. That is just simply not acceptable. And so the extradition treaty between the UK and the US bans extradition for political purposes, and clearly this is a political purpose. So it could be refused by the courts, or the UK government could actually refuse it on those grounds. But if Julian gets through the argument in the next 2 days, it's only whether or not he's got leave to appeal. If he fails, then that's the end of his appeals in the UK. And this is the big concern you've been reading about, because you all know that he within days could be shipped to the US. And Julian, it's very clear from the medical reports and all the information we have that if that happens to him, he's likely to commit suicide rather than go there, because he is so concerned about it. And his paranoia, I think, is quite justified considering what the UK and the US has done in other cases. Just think of the numbers of people who are still in Guantanamo Bay. They still have 30 people in Guantanamo Bay who have never been found guilty of any crime. So they've been there for 15 years now. Some of them have been tortured for years on end. And so we don't want Julian.
Wir stehen hier vor dem Court of Justice nach der Auftaktkundgebung, nachdem jetzt Stella mit den anderen, die einen Platz haben, in den Court hineingegangen ist. Und hier draußen warten wir aufgrund von Schildern, die man hier sieht. Biblo Horn wird, wenn auch nicht immer, gehupt als Solidarität. Und es hupen viele, aber natürlich nicht alle. Ne?
My sense is that this is driven by the CIA and the intelligence community, and that they have made it very clear to the executive that they want to make Julian pay. And that is why there's no daylight between Biden and Trump on the extradition. I mean, there's a deep animus within the Democratic Party towards Julian because of the publication of the so-called Podesta emails. This was Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, and DNC emails. I mean, that, of course, only raised my admiration for Julian because, like all journalists, he's nonpartisan. His target was power, which is exactly what our job is. So having dealt for 20 years overseas with the CIA, I mean, you have to know who these people are. Their business is coups and assassinations and black propaganda and blackmail, and that's what they do. That's their business. They're vicious people. They're killers, especially after 9/11. There was a lot of whatever restraints there were on the CIA were lifted after 9/11, and they went right back to carrying out the kinds of assassinations that they were called out for in the 70s by the Church Committee in the Senate and the Pike Committee in the House. So I see the engine being the U.S. intelligence community. The U.S. intelligence, the CIA in particular, is just an overglorified paramilitary organization. It has its own death squads, it has its own drone program, everything. Given the character of the CIA, and given the fact that they're a state within a state, in essence, that no one in Congress, no one in the executive branch wants to confront them. I've always, been pretty bleak on that. Doesn't, we fight as hard as we can, but yeah, I'm not terribly optimistic.
But do you think that having this being an election year, do you think that will affect anything?
If Biden had any political sense, he would not be shipping billions of dollars of weapons to Israel to carry out genocide. I don't think it's beneficial to. I mean, it's always already very precarious, and there are many polls that have Trump ahead, not by much, but it's certainly neck and neck. Biden's not. I don't think Biden's all there. He was fairly intellectually limited before he became president. That's clearly only deteriorated. His inner circle, Blinken on the Middle East, for instance, Blinken, Sullivan, McGurk, these are utter incompetents who don't know what they're doing. They've always been huge pawns of the intelligence and military establishment. I mean, Biden, remember, was calling for an invasion of Iraq 5 years before we invaded Iraq. And Blinken is the same. McGurk, for instance, and I follow the Gaza stuff closely, having been there for so long. McGurk wanted to suspend all humanitarian aid to Gaza until all the Israeli hostages were released. I mean, that's where these people are coming from. And it is counterproductive. I mean, we've eviscerated our standing in the Middle East and probably the entire global South over this because of the hypocrisy. We are. You look at the vote at the UN. I think there were 10 countries that voted against the ceasefire, 2 of which were Israel and the United States. I mean, we have turned ourselves into pariahs. But that is kind of typical of the end of empire. That myopia, that obtuseness, that inability to. I mean, the whole The problem with late empire, and this was true in Rome and everywhere else, is that they're reduced finally to a situation where they speak to the rest of the world almost exclusively through the language of violence. And that violence is utopian in the sense that they think by using that violence, they're going to regain a lost hegemony. In fact, of course, it only makes things worse and worse and worse. I mean, remember, before Gaza, we spent 2 decades in the Middle East in just perpetrating one military fiasco after another, whether that was in Syria, Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, or anywhere else. So I do think that it won't help Biden. But from my read of the Biden administration, they may still do it. The Gaza thing has really hurt Biden. And not only among the Arab American community, but among the youth, including, of course, young Jews. I mean, they're not buying this stuff. So there is a kind of self-destructive quality to the mandarins of late empire. And while it might make sense, I think it does make sense in an election year not to extradite Julian, that doesn't mean they won't do it.
My name is Philip. I've come here with a friend from Austria because it is a crucial day, it's crucial 2 days. What's been negotiated here is not only about our right to know, but also about our duty to know about the wrongdoings of governments, about the wrongdoings that are made in the name of our people. I think our governments they have a duty, or we the people have the right to know and the duty to know about what is being made in the name of us. With our taxes, we are entitled to know about the wars that are made in our names with our money, and so we can decide whether we agree upon that or not. And this is why this is so important here. And I'm very glad that there are so many people from all over Europe and all over the world that gather here today. Yeah, thanks a lot. All the best, solidarity.
Hello, London. Here's Heike from Free Assange Ulm speaking. We are going to have a vigil today at 4 p.m. for Julian Assange, and we are having an Ithaca screening at 7:30 p.m. in the town where Albert Einstein is born, in front of the highest church tower of the world. Why are we doing this? Because we're believing in a free and a just society. And we know there's absolutely no possibility to have a free and a just society with Julian in jail. Free Julian Assange.
Hello, we're welcome back at the London Royal Court of Justice. I'm here with Alan Rusbridger, former editor of The Guardian. Alan worked in the same documents that Julian is being charged under the espionage in the United States, and we're gonna hear a little bit about his work with Julian and what he saw in the court this evening. Hi, Alan. Nice to see you. You uncovered war crimes on the documents that you worked with Julian. But what is the precedent being set with this case and the dangers for press freedom?
Well, I think the most dangerous thing is they're using the Espionage Act. And I don't think anybody seriously believes that what Julian was doing in 2010, 2011 was espionage. It was uncomfortable for the state. He revealed undoubtedly state secrets, but it wasn't espionage. And so the danger for journalists is that a precedent has been set that you can prosecute people who are doing journalistic acts and call it espionage. And that's why people should care about this case.
When you were having these discussions with your team who's investigating these documents, of course there was also lawyers involved, and you'd have to weigh in the risks of what the repercussions could be legally. Could this case bring more lawyers and maybe make editors less likely to report on future Chelsea Manning whistleblowers, something of the sort?
Well, after the Edward Snowden case, which we also did, governments have moved to make it much more difficult for journalists to write about what they would like to keep secret. And I think that's becoming very dangerous. So they're trying to prosecute journalists even for holding material, never mind publishing it. And they're also trying to restrict the ability of journalists to argue that there was any kind of public interest in what they're doing. So this is a crime for which there is no defense. And that should worry all journalists.
Do you think that after Julian, would the government be able to come after the Guardian journalists who reported on the same documents?
I think the reality is that they wouldn't dare, because they'd have to go for the New York Times and Der Spiegel and the other big newspapers that did it. So I can't see it happening. But theoretically, once you've established the principle that you can start using espionage and official secrecy acts, then there's no reason why they shouldn't. I don't think they would, but there's no reason why they shouldn't.
What did you see today inside the court?
Well, today was quite a technical argument because we're now at the appeal stage, so they're really matters of law. But essentially they're saying that because espionage is a political act, that's excluded from any kind of extradition treaty. Of course, they're also saying that what he did wasn't espionage, and they're also saying that it's disproportionate. He would say he might serve 35 to 40 years, and that's disproportionate.
Thank you very much, Alan. Again, Alan Rusbridger, former editor of The Guardian. We'll keep you updated as things develop. Thank you.
Und ein Exempel zu statuieren. Das Opfer dieser entfesselten Aggression, Julian Assange, Gründer der Enthüllungsplattform Wikileaks. Für die USA, die Assange den Prozess machen wollen und seine Überstellung verlangen, ist der Mann ein terroristischer Spion. Seine Plattform Wikileaks ein nichtstaatlicher, feindlicher Geheimdienst.
My name is John Mearsheimer, and I teach at the University of Chicago. My area of expertise is international relations. I'd like to say a few words today about the Julian Assange case. A determination will soon be made by the British High Court on whether to extradite Assange to the United States, where he has been indicted by the American government and will be put on trial. I am asking the court not to extradite him and instead to set him free. I believe this is a straightforward case. Let me explain. For starters, the case involves a wide variety of classified documents that Chelsea Manning, who was a government employee, leaked to Julian Assange, a journalist who ran WikiLeaks, a famous website that publishes classified and private documents that were not supposed to see the light of day. Manning was caught and punished because she was a government employee and she broke the law by leaking material that was classified to Assange. But Assange is a journalist and he did not break the law, as it is commonplace for journalists to publish classified information that is passed on to them by government insiders. If journalists in the United States were sent to jail for publishing classified material, the jails would be filled with many of America's most famous reporters from newspapers like the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal. But of course, that hardly ever happens. Simply put, newspapers publish classified material and hardly anybody ever goes to jail. Why is this the case? What is the reason for this situation? Governments of every type, and this includes liberal democracies like the United States and Britain, sometimes go to great lengths to hide their actions or their policies from public view, which makes it almost impossible for the public to evaluate and criticize their behavior. Given that governments sometimes act foolishly, even recklessly, this is not a good situation. Thus, a rich tradition has developed over time in the United States where insiders leak information about classified policies to journalists who publicize the information so that the public can evaluate it and push back hard against misguided policies. The most famous case that illustrates this phenomenon involves the famous Pentagon Papers, which were a multi-volume study of the American decision to enter the war in Vietnam in the 1964-65 period, and then escalate it in subsequent years. Daniel Ellsberg, who was an insider and had access to classified material, leaked the papers in 1971 to the New York Times, which subsequently published them. The story in those documents was starkly at odds with what the Johnson administration had been telling the American people about U.S. policy in Vietnam. By most accounts at the time, and certainly since then, both Ellsberg and the New York Times performed an important public service. They exposed a bankrupt policy that underpinned a war that the U.S. could not win. Ellsberg did not go to jail, despite leaking classified information, although it did appear at the time that he might be sent to jail. Certainly, nobody at the New York Times went to jail because, again, journalists don't go to jail for publishing classified information in the United States. It is very important to remember that in the case of Julian Assange, he is not the equivalent of Ellsberg because he was not an insider who leaked the information. Chelsea Manning was the insider. Assange was the equivalent of the New York Times, and thus he should not be extradited so he can be put on trial in the United States. Unsurprisingly, government leaders do not like leaks unless they do the leaking, which they frequently do. Thus, they are powerfully inclined to punish those who do leak, and they even try on occasion to punish the journalists who publish the leaked material, as is the case with Assange. It is fair game for governments to go after leakers, but it is not acceptable for governments to go after journalists. Indeed, it would directly undermine freedom of the press, which is essential for monitoring governments and holding them accountable when they pursue misguided policies. In fact, one of the main reasons that the US government is so determined to put Assange behind bars is that he has exposed malfeasance by US policymakers. In my opinion, that is all for the good and essential for making a liberal democracy like the United States work as efficiently and wisely as possible. Two final points. First, it is important to emphasize that nobody was hurt because of the documents that Assange published. Nobody's life was put in danger because of what he posted on WikiLeaks, and certainly nobody was killed. For sure, the misguided actions of many US policymakers were exposed because of what Assange did. But that, in my opinion, is all for the good. Second, Assange has already paid a huge price for his actions. He has effectively been in prison for years. Sending him to the United States, where he is likely to be convicted and sentenced to a long jail term, would be a case of cruel and unusual punishment. For all these reasons, I respectfully ask the British High Court not to extradite Assange to the United States. In my opinion, that would clearly be the right decision. Thank you.
they're coming. Oh, sorry.
So I was just wondering, what made you come down today to support Julian Assange?
I take the flight yesterday from Italy just because I think Julian Assange is the proof that we are not living in a real democracy, that he should be free and he shouldn't be in jail for 12 years. I mean, I think the most normal thing in the world to say people were crimes, because people have to know it. Otherwise, we are not living in a democracy, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you think a lot of people your age are aware of Julian Assange, or do you think that's growing?
I think that media are trying to not to let people know this thing, and that's why I tried in my small I am trying to do, like with my shirts, I'm trying to let people know what It's
fantastic.
happened.
So you're an artist and you make the shirt?
No, I'm not an artist, but I work with a graphic designer.
Yes.
One my friend, and I print it.
Oh, I love it. And is there somewhere people can find your shirts?
Yeah, of course. Our name on Instagram is Nemico Pubblico, like public enemy in English. I think Julian Assange is the public enemy number one for the West, for the Occidente.
Yes, and we definitely have to shine a light on that so we can get him free.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming along today. Free Julian Assange. Thank you.
We'll have some statements here at the stage. If you want to make your way this way. Thanks very much, everybody. Thank you for continuing to be here all morning. Christian Harvison now, from Chief Editor of WikiLeaks, is going to tell you his impression of what happened in the court this morning.
There is now a break in the proceedings. I have to tell you that I was not able to observe what was going on inside. When I got inside this morning, I was not allowed into the main chamber. I was sent to an annex room with most of the reporters who were sitting there, not hearing a thing because the audio was constantly breaking. They were leaving the room. They were protesting. And if this is how you practice open justice, I don't have high faith in the court system here. It is absurd that journalists are not able to observe what is going on in the most important case for journalism in modern times. Absolutely absurd. And the fact of the matter is, I was told inside the courtroom, the chambers here, that the court here decided to put this case in one of the smallest courtrooms they had in the building. So only a handful of individuals could observe. What is that? How on earth is that possible with all the massive interest in the case? What are they trying to hide? Why are they toning down the access to these important proceedings? It is not the first time that we observe this. This has been going on in every proceedings we've had in the Julian Assange's case. There has been obstruction for observers to get in, to observe the proceedings. Parliamentarians traveling from abroad cannot get into the courtroom. NGOs have not been able to get in to observe what is going on. I'm not even sure that Amnesty International was able to get into the courtroom to observe what was going on. I believe that Rebecca Vincent from Reporters Without Borders was able to, and she has previously said that she has and Reporters Without Borders have been observing proceedings against journalists in countries around the world, and they have never experienced anything similar as they have experienced here in the UK court system. So what is all this about? Why is the system so obviously trying to keep their eyes away from what is going on inside here? Because of that, it is so important that all of you point a finger at the court and you tell them, we are watching you. The world is watching you. You cannot hide the travesty that has been going on against Julian Assange throughout all these years. There needs to be a change. There needs to be, in the end, justice. Justice for Julian Assange. Thank you so much for coming, because it's so important to have you outside here to bear witness. Those of you who are journalists, one of your main job is to bear witness to injustice. If you cannot stop it, at least bear witness. And what you are witnessing here in the case of Julian Assange is one of the gravest injustices that we've seen in latter times. And it will mark the end of journalism if he is extradited. It will not be able to continue in the same manner as before. So what is at stake for you journalists is basically your existential platform. So you have to fight. It's not activism to fight for the right to practice journalism. And for all of you supporters that came out here today, this is about your right to know. It's not about the right for journalists to practice their job and have security. The real reason why they need security is to be able to provide you the information, the truth. It's about your right to know. That's what's at stake here today. These proceedings will continue this afternoon. They will continue tomorrow. Please stay here. Please voice your anger. Please tell this court how you feel about this travesty. And may I remind you that tomorrow after the proceedings, we will march to Downing Street and we will voice our opinion there. End this travesty. Free Julian Assange.
Thanks very much, Kristen. Well, I was in one of the courtrooms this morning, one of the overflow annexes to watch that trial. At one point, the court proceedings had to be stopped in the main courtroom simply because the audio feed to the annex was insufficient for the journalists and the other observers to hear what's going on. Now, that's not a question of justice. It's just a question of competence to allow observers. Justice that is blind, justice that is behind closed doors, justice which is secret is no justice at all. Now, we've seen speakers from around the world. There are people here from from around the world to support Julian Assange. And it's a very great pleasure to introduce to you now Vince DiStefano from the sister organisation, the Assange Defence Campaign in the United States of America. Please give it up for Vince DiStefano.
Brothers and sisters, I am the National Organizing Director of Assange Defense in the United States, and I come to you today in shame for my country, which is persecuting a man whose only crime is sharing the truth of the war crimes, misdemeanors, and calumny of the United States government. He sits just 12 miles from here in Belmarsh prison, but he is vastly closer to the American Gulag 4,500 miles from here in Guantanamo Bay, created by my country to sidestep the principles that we hold dear, that we loudly proclaim to the rest of the world. The presumption of innocence, the equality before the law, a prohibition on torture and inhumane treatment, all of which have been denied to Julian Assange. Now, I wish to address another individual who stands in the dock with Julian, who too will be prosecuted, who too will be denied justice. Who is that other unindicted co-conspirator? It is you. It is the people. It is your right to know that stands on trial in that courtroom. We cannot wait for the perverted British Jewish system or the perverted American government to provide us justice. Justice will only come when the voices of the people here and around the world are so loud that they can't ignore us any longer. Free Assange! Free Assange now! We will be here today. We will be here tomorrow. We will be here as long as the struggle continues until Julian Assange is free and reunited with his family. And should he choose to do so after his long ordeal, once again, inform, educate, and tell us what our governments wish to hide from us. Thank you all very much.
As I said before, there is barely a human rights or civil liberties organisation on the globe which is not saying that this extradition should be stopped. Every single one of them realises the peril to freedom of speech and a free press because of the way that this is now being conducted. And I'm very glad now to welcome to the platform Alexis de Sueve from the International Federation of Human Rights.
Thank you. Hello to all of you. I'm Alexis de Suave, lawyer at the Brussels Bar and Vice President of the FIDH, the International Federation for Human Rights. The FIDH, it's 188 human rights organizations around the world, and we came to London today and tomorrow to support Julian Assange. Why? Because the case of Julian Assange is a human rights case. It's about our civil liberties, about our fundamental freedoms. It's, of course, press freedom, but more generally, freedom of expression. And without freedom of expression, we have no democracy anymore. And that's why we are all here today in front of the Royal Court of Justice to support Julian Assange. All the journalists in the world, and a lot of them are here today, but a lot are absent. I really don't understand why they're not supporting more their colleague, Julian Assange. This morning, I had a live interview on the radio, and the third question of the journalist, it was a Belgian journalist, was, yes, but Julian Assange has put the life of Americans in danger, and Julian Assange, blah, 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 blah. And I answered them, why this question comes from you, because that is what the United States are defending in court. Why are you, as journalists, repeating the arguments of the CIA? That should not be your job. And so, we must all be aware that our presence here, it's for the human rights, it's for the civil liberties, it's for the freedom of expression, and that you cannot be prosecuted by exposing state crimes, crimes against humanity, war crimes committed by states like the United States, and be prosecuted for that. The question is, if Julian Assange is extradited to the United States, who will dare to be a whistleblower? Because either you're prosecuted, either the journalist who you give the information to will be prosecuted, and even if he's in another country, he risks to be extradited to a foreign country and faces lifelong prison sentence, 175 years or even more. And so it's our democracy that's in danger. We have to protect the investigation journalism. We have to protect the whistleblowers for our democracy, for human rights, for our fundamental freedoms. Thank you very much.
And now Stella Assange is going to give you her impressions of what happened in the court this morning.
Okay. I just want to speak a little bit to you because it's only a handful of us inside the room that actually can follow the proceedings. So I wanted to tell you about what was going on in there. We opened and we talked about Julian's political opinions and his political motivations. And they are clear and they're unchallenged, which is to expose state criminality. And what happens when you expose state criminality? The United States has taken a politically motivated prosecution against a journalist because he exposed them committing crimes. And so what's going on inside this courtroom is to determine how the extent of the cover-up. How is this court going to deal with this case? We heard that the case was only brought after the United States said that it would do anything to prevent the International Criminal Court from examining an investigation into US activities in Afghanistan. And of course, WikiLeaks evidence in the publication that Julian's indicted over are part of that case. WikiLeaks has been used as evidence in the European Court of Human Rights and other foreign courts to expose state criminality. And the United States is abusing its legal system in order to hound and prosecute and intimidate all of you. What's at stake is the ability to publish the truth and expose crimes when they're committed by states. The outcome of this hearing today will make it clear the extent of the cover-up. The only fair, I shouldn't even talk about fairness at this stage, because the country that's trying to extradite him plotted to murder him. What are we even entertaining in these courts? How can any How can you even entertain this hearing, knowing what we know? It's all on the public record. And yet it continues. It's only a handful of us in that room, but you know what the stakes are. You understand what this is about. It's about you, it's about us, it's about the public's right to know. It's about the right to be able to speak freely without being put in prison and hounded and terrorized by the state. Thank you.
Thank you all for staying. Thank you all for listening. Please do stay this afternoon. Please do come back and hear what will be happening in the courts. We'll be reporting back from this stage about 4:30 this afternoon. Please do stay around. Do continue to protest. Please come back tomorrow and be ready when the court hearing finally ends tomorrow afternoon to march from here to Downing Street. We are the last line of defence for Julian Assange. We are the last line of defence in the most important free speech trial this century. And remember what it was that the New York Times said back at the time of the Iraq War, that there are two superpowers in the world. One is the United States, and the other is world public opinion. We are today the representatives of that opinion on the streets of London. Please make sure you stay and fight and march tomorrow. Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask you the same question I ask everybody else today so far. Thank you so much for your time for start first. It's a simple question. Why are you here?
Well, I'm here to support freedom and justice. And Julian, I mean, it is quite outrageous that this man who's done absolutely nothing wrong has been persecuted for many, many years, over 15 years, 5 of those in Belmarsh prison. I had the opportunity to visit Julian last September in Belmarsh, and it beggars belief. My emotions at the moment are between sadness and anger that this man, who's not been charged with anything, not done anything wrong, has been persecuted in the manner that he has. And it's shameful that the British media hasn't covered this more, because this is about freedom of speech.
Yes.
And it is deeply, deeply worrying that the British government are complicit with the Americans, the poodles of America. And of course, what this is really all about is the American establishment, the global establishment, making it clear that they will not be accountable for anything they do. As far as America are concerned, the globe belongs to them. They will roam around it and do whatever they like, criminal behavior, and they're effectively saying nobody has the right to challenge us or to hold us to account. And that's why they've persecuted Julian for so long. It's to send a message to everybody else, to other investigative journalists, that if they believe for 1 second they should get involved in looking for things, then think again. So
it's about making an example of Julian.
It's very much about an example. And, you know, Julian is supported by literally millions of people throughout the world. And yet, of course, the establishment are deaf to those voices asking for justice and fairness. So I've been supporting this campaign for a very, very long time, and we just have to keep fighting and just keep hoping and believing that justice will prevail.
If Julian gets extradited tomorrow, or you know the court doesn't go our way, is that the end of the struggle? Or?
Well, no, it can't be, because obviously if he does get extradited, we all know that in America he won't get a fair trial. He'll be thrown into prison for the rest of his life, probably solitary confinement, harsh conditions, and we can't just forget about it. I've contacted my colleagues in the American trade union movement to try to make certain that we continue the fight if indeed it goes into that. But we have to keep fighting. We have to keep hoping that something will emerge that will allow justice to prevail.
100%. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. It's great to chat with you.
Cheers.
Have a good night.
Welcome back to the Royal Courts of Justice in London. We've now, I don't know if I should be speaking or not. Am I on air? Okay, welcome back to the Royal Courts of Justice in London. This has been the first half of the extradition hearing for Julian Assange. I'm here with Matt Kennard, the editor of Declassified. Matt, what did you see this morning?
Well, firstly, it's worth noting that, as usual with the British justice system, it's very hard to access the case. So we were sat in the annex room, and you can barely hear the arguments of the Assange lawyers. The stuff I did hear, though, basically they were outlining grounds for appeal, which for me were just ironclad. There's no way you can. These substantive issues should be heard in the British court. Fitzgerald started with, and his arguments mainly revolved around the fact that this is clearly a political case, because by all definitions, even if you charge Assange with espionage, espionage is a political offence, and political offences are outlawed by Article 4 of the Anglo-American Extradition Treaty. So that was a long argument about that, mainly saying that the judge didn't consider various parts of that argument. In Barait's original ruling, she didn't delve into the political nature of the case. She said it wasn't relevant. So a court needs to hear those full arguments heard. And in fact, we published a story at Declassified by David Davis, the Tory MP, former minister, Brexit minister, who said, and he was one of the people who designed the US-UK extradition treaty, and he said that Baraita had misinterpreted that treaty. And then Summers, the second lawyer, his arguments revolved around the fact that this is a retaliation from the United States. It's obviously a political case, but it's also a retaliation and a bad faith use of the extradition treaty, because, and he referenced particularly the Yahoo News article, which came out in after the original Baraitsa ruling. So that information wasn't available, so that needs to be heard in a court, open court as well. And the Yahoo News article was 34 US officials saying that the Trump administration, senior levels of the CIA, but also the Trump administration, the political administration, the executive, had sketched plans to kill or kidnap Assange in London. So, in my opinion, any extradition case should be thrown out immediately when you have evidence that the country that wants to extradite this person has has had plans for extrajudicial rendition and extrajudicial murder. That should be, I mean, it's amazing it hasn't been thrown out already, but it would be even more amazing if they won't even let those arguments be heard in court, because there's no precedent for this. There's no precedent for extraditing a journalist to a third country. Britain's never done it for the crime of exposing war crimes and embarrassing the political leadership. So I thought that, to be honest, I thought that the lawyers did a very good job, particularly Summers, and it was super convincing. But I'll finish with this. We've done a lot of work at Declassified, and I think anyone who's looked at this case knows that it's a bit of a mistake to put any faith in the British justice system, because although you sit in that court and you listen to these arguments and you think you can't argue against these, or at least 100% need to be heard in a democratic system which applies the rule of law, but we've seen time and time again that that's not how the British the justice system works in this case. I think that Assange is playing at a level which is above all the niceties we understand about the rule of law and due process and stuff. So I hope that this judge is independent and can evaluate the fact that we need to hear these arguments, but I don't hold up much hope. I just reiterate that this isn't a decision by these judges to free Assange. This is about, can they even hear an appeal on the original ruling? This is basic justice. Basic justice, you should be able to appeal against the ruling that's going to send you to a what they call a concrete coffin in the desert for the rest of your life for the crime of doing journalism. So the stakes are extremely, extremely high, not only for journalism, but also for the reputation of the British justice system now and forever. Because if this happens, there's no way back.
You've covered the relationship between Assange and the intelligence community and the defense community. And also you've covered the relationship that these judges that have ruled in several occasions have a relatively close relationship with these intelligence. Can you?
Well, I think the main the judge today, she has acted previously for MI6 as a client. The previous judge, Jonathan Swift, had acted for the British intelligence agencies and said actually his favourite clients were British intelligence because they put their evidence together very neatly. So there's massive conflicts of interest. I mean, the major conflict of interest that we discovered was Chief Justice Ian Burnett, who overruled Baraitser's original ruling. So Baraitser in late 2021 on narrow health grounds blocked the extradition, and then Chief Justice Ian Burnett overruled her decision and accepted US assurances about Assange's treatment when he was in the US. But Chief Justice Burnett, he's a 40-year good friend of the Tory minister who orchestrated Assange's arrest in 2019. His name's Sir Alan Duncan. And he, from 2016 to 2019, he was Minister for Latin America as part of the Cameron government and later Theresa May. Yeah, I mean, that is a clear conflict of interest. And actually, from what I've been told by people in the legal system, even if there's a hint of a conflict of interest, a judge recuses himself. But the evidence of that only came out because Alan Duncan published a memoir in which he admitted that Burnett was his friend. He also gave the first evidence we have of the UK state involvement in the persecution of Assange, because we didn't even know that Operation Pelican existed before that book was published. Operation Pelican was a secret police operation to spring Assange from the embassy. And I'll just finish with this, the other thing that we discovered was that 15 UK government staff had been assigned to Operation Pelican across 3 different ministries. So huge state interference in a case which they should have nothing to do with. This was a legitimate application for asylum to avoid persecution, which we're now seeing. Asylum is a right enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. No government should be putting 15 of its own staff on an operation to get someone out of that legitimate asylum. So the case is riven with conflicts of interest, with irregularities. The fact is, even in Belmarsh maximum security prison, never been charged with a violent offence. He's only been found guilty of a bail violation. Why is he in a maximum security prison with paedophiles and terrorists and rapists? It's ridiculous. So the state is heavily involved in this case. I think it's exposed the British justice system as not independent, and that is a fundamental tenet of any democratic society, and we should all be worried.
Thank you very much, Matt. Revealing the ties between the intelligence community and the Assange case. Assange has been, the intelligence community has been the biggest lobby towards Julian imprisonment and silencing. We'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Ja, also das wäre ja auch voll sinnvoll.
We're back. We're joined by Anne. DC. Anne, could you tell us, a bit about yourself?
Yes, my name's Ann Wilcox. I'm from the Washington, D.C. Assange Group, D.C. Action for Assange, and we do a range of rallies outside the Department of Justice. We also have a monthly vigil outside the home of Merrick Garland, who's the Attorney General, who really could, quash this whole extradition and stop the case if they chose to do so. So we do a lot of actions. We also do lobbying in the Congress to free Assange.
Awesome. Oh, it's amazing to have you here with us. Thanks so much for stopping and spending a few minutes with us. Why is this case so important?
Right. Well, I came over just to be part of the rallies and so forth, but this is really a case about press freedom. I mean, these are unusual charges. It's going to make it difficult for any journalist really to work around the world. Anything they report that a government doesn't want to have out, they could bring these espionage charges. I mean, Assange isn't even a U.S. citizen. He's being charged with, spying against the U.S. It's just really absurd. And it really goes against the war on whistleblowers, the war on truth. And the whole point about WikiLeaks was that they wanted people to have the information. They wanted the information to be out there so people could make their own judgments, and this is a war on that.
100%. Do you think this is a dangerous precedent to set then for the future of independent journalism and the free press full stop?
Very much. We need to support Julian, and really the mainstream press should be doing the same thing. The New York Times, the Washington Post.
Where are they?
And the Washington Post is owned by a multi-billionaire who also has contracts with the Pentagon for cloud services and so forth. So there's just all these corporate interlocking interests that are making it harder for people like Julian to be free and to work.
Well, speaking of the independent press, I declassified the amazing guys from here in the UK. I announced a report this morning that one of the judges actually has close ties with MI6.
Oh, yeah, right. That's not
exactly what you're describing.
Exactly.
Going on inside the court as well.
Exactly. And if Julian comes back for trial in the U.S., he'll be at the Eastern District of Virginia, which is where the Pentagon is, the CIA. So the jury pool there is very much made up of national security, family members and others with connections to the national security industry. So he's not going to get a fair trial. Also, the information will be classified, so it's the truth is not going to come out.
Right. Do you feel like that what is actually at play here is a case of making an example of Julian? Because as you say, the case itself is very much Kafkaesque. It's unfounded. He's not even charged with anything.
Right.
So I mean, is this more about making an example to everyone else from this point? This will not be tolerated.
Right. They're making Julian an exception. He stood up against these interests. He was proud of the fact that he wanted to put this information out there. They've decided to make him a scapegoat, and it must have a chilling effect on other journalists over the years. And so we just hope that, he's paid a price already with almost a decade in confinement in the embassy and in prison, and he really needs to be over. He needs to be free.
100%. Well, amen to that. What do you think everyone watching can do to help? Because obviously not everybody can be here in person, but what can people who are watching the live stream if this is going out, and what can they do?
Yeah, well, they can contact their members of Congress if they're in the U.S. They can contact members of Parliament in other countries. Ask for them to pressure their governments, to free Assange. I know the Australian government has finally started to speak out, but the U.S. Government needs to speak out and quash the extradition. And members of Congress can bring some pressure to bear there. So that's one thing. And, sign petitions, stay informed, and just be an active citizen on this issue.
Brilliant. And thank you so much for your time. We'll let you get on with it.
Thank you very much. Very nice to meet you. Thank you.
been given an opportunity shortly here to speak before the wonderful crowd here in front of the Royal Court of Justice. And what I wish to tell people when I get my opportunity to speak is that Julian is not alone in that courtroom. We stand with him in the dock. We stand accused as well. And if he is found guilty, we will be found guilty as well. It will be our right to know, our right to a free press, our right to be informed that will go down in this courtroom if he is extradited back to the United States. And it requires all of us, citizens, since our politicians and since our jurists refuse to do the right thing, we must raise our voices so loud that they will be enabled to not listen to us and free Assange.
There's only one decision! US, UK!
Okay, we are here with Adam, live outside the Royal Court of Justice. As you can hear, something is kicking off. I just grabbed this gentleman who's got a lovely top on to ask him a few questions. So Adam, what brings you here today, man? Why are you here?
Hello, everybody. I'm here today, obviously, to show my solidarity with Julian Assange. I came from Oxford. I was born in Prague. My father is Palestinian, my mother is Czech. And I couldn't miss this opportunity to go and show my solidarity with Julian because I am so outraged at the fact that he's the one who's in court. He's the one who's been in prison. He's the one who's been tortured. He's the one who's been persecuted. His name has been tarnished. They tried to assassinate, you know, his character. And in actual fact, the people that should be in prison, the people that should be shamed are Tony Blair, are George Bush, the people who are responsible for the massive atrocities that have been done and are continuing in Gaza today, in Rafah, in all of Palestine. And if we don't stand up for Julian, then we are setting a terrible precedent for us, and we will lose our ability to police and to really hold accountable the people that do these crimes in our names. And if we allow to do this, then we lose. So we cannot allow this to happen. And regardless of the outcome, we need to keep pushing them. And there's only one way, you know, there's only escalation after this. So free Julian Assange and end imperialism. Beautiful. Adam, thank you so much, man.
Assange! No! No! Free Julian Assange! No! Free Julian Assange! No! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! No! Free Julian Assange! No! Free Julian Assange! No! Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange!
There's only very, very, very limited people. They block everyone. Even live streams, they wouldn't let them do it from. They wouldn't let them do it from other countries, only in the UK. So they let access to journalists, international journalists, like usually, but they wouldn't let anybody else apart from if you're in the UK. So Craig Murray and everyone, they couldn't get access. Free Julian Assange! There they go.
Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange!
Look at that guy. Look at his face. He'd have to be a yank.
Free Julian Assange!
That's enough.
I'll ruin my voice.
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian
He's a yank for
Assange!
sure, that guy. That guy. You on.
Free Julian Assange!
How do they get in?
What do you mean?
Why are these people specifically going in?
They're probably legal people or journalists.
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange!
Lithuania originally, but lived here for 16 years.
You live here? And what's brought you out today in front of the Royal Courts of Justice?
Because for me it's important the freedom of speech, and this person that did nothing wrong is actually just charged wrongly, so I don't think it's supposed to be even in the jail. So
Excellent. And have you been following this trial of Julian Assange for very long, or what sparked your interest?
yes, I think for quite long, yeah, after the beginning.
Oh,
yeah.
from 2010?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so.
And what do you think is Julian's biggest gift that he's given humanity so far?
Truth. That is really important to us, to know truth and to know in what kind of world we live in. And he is a brave man. So personally, me, I think he's supposed to have, I don't know, some medal or thanks for bravery, but not put in jail. So
yeah, it's not very good. Obviously, it's not very good what's happening, and I guess it's exposing our governments. And what do you think about the UK government and the UK judicial system?
We will see. Yeah.
Do you have much faith that we will get a good outcome from this?
I'm not sure, but yes, I have hope in my heart, and I hope we are all here together with our hearts together. We can make a difference.
I believe that too.
Yes.
I believe that the people together, we're very strong, so we have to be really engaged and try and get something done for Julian
Yes,
Assange.
it's true. That's why I'm here. I can to do something at least, because I don't know. I will be probably disappointed in all humanity if it's been extradited to UK.
I feel
US.
exactly, yeah, I think a lot of people feel exactly the same, because a lot of people don't believe that it's got this far, and we're all just waiting for something to
Yes, it's true,
happen.
because many people still afraid to speak the truth, and now after this, it's more afraid than if they extradited him. So I don't know, it's
Well,
really everything bad.
It will. It probably be the death of journalism as we know it if we're allowed to extradite our journalists for speaking truth to power.
Yeah, but this, I don't know, it's just for me, there's no, I don't know, I can't understand even why it's happened this way, because everyone can see clearly that he did nothing wrong. So
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I love your sign. Did you design that?
Yes.
I love it.
Yes.
It's really nice.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Free Julian Assange.
Yes, free Julian Assange. Yes, and free speech.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, we're joined by Anne from War Media. Anne, can you just tell the viewers of the live stream a little bit about yourself before I interrogate you with a few questions?
Certainly. My name's Amber King. I'm with Seattle for Assange and Roar Media.
Okay, so it's getting a little bit chaotic here at the moment, so we're blocking up the sidewalk. But Anne, why are you here today? What brings you here for this case specifically?
Well, to cover the appeal. Since it's the final appeal, you know, I've been to DC many times to protest and ask for Julian's release, and just really felt the need to come here to the final appeal and hopefully make a difference and cover it and make sure that they know that Americans care about this and we want him set free immediately.
100%, we totally agree with that. What does this case say? What precedent does the outcome of this case set for independent press moving forward in journalism?
Well, it sets everything for not only American actions overseas, the continued support of the war machine that continues to roll on worldwide, but also just about our amendment rights and that they're under attack. And the fact that we're attacking a journalist on foreign soil who has committed no crimes is atrocious. And anybody who has published anything from the Assange files and from WikiLeaks should be very concerned. And, you know, America needs to stand up for its free speech and freedom of press, and not only at home, but globally. And Assange is a poster child for that movement.
100%. What do you, if the decision tomorrow isn't the one that we want, what do you think will happen after that to Julian Assange? What's likely to happen?
I don't know. I don't think they want him on U.S. soil as much as they're trying to extradite him. Right now, you've got Hunter Biden is going to be on trial in the same area, and Trump at the same time. That would be a chaotic nightmare that I don't think they can afford to.
Right.
Politically, during an election year, I think it's just a very, very poor look.
So what's your gut instinct telling you about how this is going to play out? What do you think is going to be the... I know it's impossible to say, but what do you think?
I mean, if anything, I have hope that he will be released and at least allowed to go home or to another country that has offered him immunity. I don't think they'll extradite him, again, like I said, but if anything, they'll just delay and use more delay tactics so that he remains incarcerated.
Right, okay, that's some great points. As you can hear, there's a lot of beeping and noise. That's beeps of support. They're asking people to honk their horns if they support Julian, so it's a good thing, but I hope you can pick up the audio. Amber, before we let you go, we are live streaming this on Stella Assange's YouTube channel, so we're trying to end with a little bit of a message of hope and positivity.
Yes.
What can people around the world watching us right now, what can they do to help? They might feel powerless, they might feel this is a foregone conclusion. What can people do?
Keep talking about Julian Assange, keep talking about WikiLeaks, keep talking about government secrets, protect whistleblowers around the world, protect journalists around the world, and work to end war in your country. Most importantly, I think, is to keep talking about the story of Julian and WikiLeaks and what it exposed and why it became such a hot button topic. Because if we're not allowed to report and cover these stories, the world never will know the truths and the atrocities being committed with our funds and our money. So that's the most important thing, is to be able to report on the truth. And when we see what's happening in Gaza, when we see what's happening in Africa, when we see what's happening in South America, and what's happening in the United States, we know that our press is not free, and that not only has it been corrupted by military and by corporate power and deep state government power. So we just have to keep, this has become a moment for independent journalism, and journalists, everybody needs to be a journalist nowadays to be able to know the truth and be able to report the truth.
Brilliant words. Amber King, thank you so much for giving us your time. It's great to speak with you.
Thank you.
And we'll see you on the way round.
Yes, going to get more footage now.
Get back to you soon.
What's your name? I'm Corinne. Oh, excellent. And where are you from?
I'm from Sète in France. It's south of France.
Oh, wonderful. And you and your friends have come from France?
Yes, from Paris.
Oh, how wonderful. And why do you think it's important to be here today for Julian? And
I am for Julian since 5 years now. I begin on the 2nd of May 2019, and I organize a group in France, big group on Facebook called Assange l'ultime combat. It means the last fight.
Oh, that's amazing.
And I have my platform on Substack, and I translate everything on Julian on.
Oh, that's wonderful. And what is that Substack? Just if you tell me.
It's zanzibar.substack.com.
Oh, excellent.
And I co-organize buses with Yellow Vest, and we came at many audience, and we came in front of Belmarsh for Julian to hear us. And then there was a COVID, and it wasn't possible anymore. And now we came alone by our.
And why do you think it's so important to be here today?
It's important because it's our freedom, because it's truth, because it's what we are allowed to know. We must know.
We must know.
We must know because now journalists are not making investigations. They just tell what the government wants them to tell us. And there is no context, no historic fact, nothing, all is erased. So we have to build again the truth, the story, and everything. And it's very important. I have 5 children. For my children, for the children of my children, for the future generations, it's very important. It's our last chance. And I know that Julian 14 years ago tell we are the last free generation. And that is very important for me. So I am in touch with John Shipton also, and we try to make people understand what that means. But it's very, very difficult because in France the press is very very silent, and it's very difficult to.
Well, I'm from Australia, and it's very similar over there, but we look to the French because you guys really know how to protest, and I really love the French protests.
Yes, but
see.
it becomes every day it's harder and harder because Macron is terrible.
Yes,
I am a Yellow Vest, and I went every Saturday in Paris, and it was awful. It was like sometimes.
Yes, yeah. And but what you said about you're a mother of 5. I'm also a mother, and this is why I got involved as well. Once they dragged Julian out of the Ecuadorian embassy, I thought I can't stand this any longer. If we don't stand up now, we're going to lose everything.
It's now or never.
Yeah, it's now or never.
I think Julian told it's late. I think it's too late.
Yeah. Well, we still have hope. That's why we're here.
Yes,
absolutely. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. So you still have hope. So I want to thank you very much from the bottom of my heart.
And I am the chief of the cell.
Oh, I love it. It's wonderful. Thank you so much. Free Julian Assange.
Yes, free Julian Assange.
Thanks. Beautiful. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mike Hirsch. I'm the National Communications Director for Progressive Democrats of America. Speaking as an individual, I'm an attorney, and when I went to law school, I took constitutional law. We learned about the First Amendment. The First Amendment talks about free speech, freedom of the press. And if you believe in that, you have to believe in free Assange.
Julian Assange is facing charges for doing what journalists do all the time, publishing materials provided by a source, materials which a powerful state would like to keep secret. Those charges against him in the United States, his possible extradition and his probable treatment in the US constitute all of that human rights violations and major threat to press freedom.
Hey, everybody, I'm Steven Donziger. I'm a human rights lawyer in the United States of New York. I'm really honored to speak to you today to urge the release of Julian Assange and the dropping of his extradition case. I know what persecution from the US government is about. As a human rights lawyer, I represented indigenous peoples in Ecuador against Chevron. We won a big pollution judgment against the company, and then I got prosecuted by Chevron in US courts and locked up for almost 3 years. I know what the US government does when its interests are threatened in a serious way by serious people like Julian. People need to understand that the US government is using Julian's case as a way to try to criminalize advocacy, as a way to try to punish truth tellers, as a way to try to intimidate people from taking on the structures of power that keep most people down. Julian needs to be let go. He needs to be able to return to his work as a journalist, as a publisher, as an activist, so the world can be a better place. The cruelty being visited upon Julian is unconscionable. And I again urge the Biden administration to drop the extradition case, stop trying to detain Julian Assange, and stop trying to use his case and other cases, including mine, to try to criminalize advocacy and try to criminalize activism and try to intimidate those who take on the structures of power that really hurt people around the world. Julian, we are with you. The world knows what is happening. We are coming to help you. We are here, and hopefully you will be free in short order. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Garland Nixon. I am currently a journalist. I retired. Actually, I was in law enforcement for many, many years. I worked with the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force. I worked with the federal government, and I understand well how they work. It is critical that Julian Assange is freed, not just that we don't just work for his extradition. We work for his freedom, because the freedom of journalism and the ability of journalism to give proper information to our citizens is what is at risk here. The United States government is now claiming jurisdiction over the entire planet. They're claiming that Julian Assange was involved in journalism in another nation, and that they can claim that his journalism was a crime in a nation in which they have no jurisdiction. This is an extrajudicial act that should not be allowed anywhere in the world. This will give the United States the ability to go to all corners of the globe to grab anyone who pushes back against the warmongering, pushes back against the lies, pushes back against the attempts to overthrow governments and be involved in all kinds of malevolent actions, to grab these people, bring them to the United States, or bring them to a compliant vassal state and punish them through either extradition to the United States or simply leaving them in a compliant state until such time as they die. One of the certainly major issues here is to stop the extradition of Julian Assange, but let's not forget that Julian Assange is innocent of any crime. In fact, he should be viewed as a hero. He has actually exposed the criminal activity, the violence, and the murderous intent of some of the most powerful people on earth, and those people are now acting to basically take his life. To create an example to any young people out here who would be motivated to embark on a similar journey in their life, to a person who may look at Julian Assange and the work that he's done and feel that it is critical for them to imitate that, to feel that it is critical for them to take the same journey. These people are being set up to live their lives in fear and to take another route because of the plight of Julian Assange. And what we have to demonstrate is that it's wrong, that we will not tolerate this, and we will not allow it to happen to anyone else. I think that we've got to get Julian Assange out, and Julian Assange should be hailed as a hero. I think that the tireless work of the people who are involved in the movement to free Assange should be rewarded, and they should all also be hailed as heroes. In the United States in particular, We have something that they don't have in many other countries in Europe and in Canada, and that is a First Amendment, a right to free speech and to the freedom of the press, and that right is now being encroached upon by the most vicious, violent people on earth. That if Julian Assange is extradited to the United States, prosecuted under the Espionage Act, and ultimately convicted, that, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many other experts, will be the death of the First Amendment, will be the end of freedom of the press. And what we'll end up with is a dual system of justice for the press in our country. And of course, since the United States is claiming extrajudicial jurisdiction throughout the world for journalists everywhere, wherein the people who are members of the mainstream press, who do nothing more than act as megaphones for the ruling elite, will have the freedom to continue with their moves to, support the powerful, and those of us who, be they actual publishers and journalists like Julian Assange, or simply YouTube hosts and really not as powerful professional journalists such as myself, will likely face the same plight. So I support Julian Assange. And I continue to work as best I can, to contribute as best I can to the movement that will preserve our rights here in the United States, that will preserve the rights of journalists worldwide, and that will work to free an innocent man who has been mistreated for many, many years and whose life is at stake, along with the lives of many other journalists around the world. Thank you very much for your contribution. And all who watch this, you should look at yourself and ask what you can do to help Julian Assange, whether it's contributing financially, if you have something that you can contribute to his defense, or if you have any type of journalistic ability, if you can do your podcast, if you can talk to friends, if you can hold up a sign at a rally, anything you do, the more people that contribute, the better we are able to get our message to the ruling elite that the people out here will not tolerate journalism being killed, particularly in the metaphorical person of Julian Assange. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Seth Stern, the Advocacy Director at the Freedom of the Press Foundation. We've been talking about Julian Assange's prosecution for quite some time. And whenever we do, it's inevitable someone's going to say, well, this has nothing to do with press freedom. Julian Assange isn't a journalist. Some might respond to that by arguing over whether he is one or not. And to us, that's just a distraction. It really makes no difference because he's being prosecuted for basically the dictionary definition of investigative journalism. Obtaining information from a source, Chelsea Manning, talking to Chelsea Manning over encrypted channels, publishing the information she gave him. There's no exception under the Espionage Act for journalists. Read it, you won't find one. Not a single one of the 17 Espionage Act charges that Assange is facing makes a distinction between journalists and non-journalists. So there's nothing in the law, if Assange is convicted, stopping future presidents from prosecuting journalists, whatever you call journalists, under the exact same theory. We would just be trusting future presidents to use good judgment and not cross that line, make a distinction between the Julian Assanges of the world and whoever they consider to be real journalists. Good luck with that. You'd have to be really naive to trust future presidents to exercise that kind of restraint, not to mention the problems with having presidents decide who is and isn't a journalist in the first place. For one, Donald Trump is on the campaign trail loudly proclaiming his desire to lock up journalists. Do you think that he wouldn't use an Assange conviction as a weapon to punish and censor the enemy of the people? That's what he calls the media. But this isn't just a Trump issue. About half the presidents since Nixon have seriously considered prosecuting journalists under the Espionage Act. There may be more. Those are just the ones we know about. Nixon impaneled a secret grand jury in hopes of indicting Neil Sheehan from the New York Times, as well as his wife, over the publication of the Pentagon Papers. You hear a lot about the Pentagon Papers, but it didn't stop there. The Ford administration had serious talks with the DOJ about indicting Seymour Hersh over his reporting. Reagan's administration at least twice thought about prosecuting journalists. His CIA director even met with the publisher of the Washington Post and threatened an Espionage Act prosecution. Alberto Gonzales, during the Bush administration, suggested prosecuting the New York Times under the Espionage Act, not just privately, but on ABC News. Now, none of them pulled the trigger. Why not? Well, probably because they knew that prosecuting a publisher of information under the Espionage Act would be unprecedented. It would draw public backlash. It would create political problems with them. Maybe it wouldn't hold up in court. But what if it wasn't unprecedented? Does anyone out there really think that not a single one of those presidents would have gone forward with prosecuting journalists if someone like Assange had come before them and had been prosecuted successfully? Of course they would have. And if he's successfully prosecuted now, of course future presidents will. Even if somehow they don't, journalists will know that they can, and they'll conduct themselves accordingly. Some journalists might be brave enough to risk a long prison sentence to expose wrongdoing, but not everyone's going to be willing to be a hero, and we're going to lose really valuable journalism as a result. When you see newsrooms collapsing, even the threat of legal fees for journalists to defend themselves is enough to make them self-censor, let alone the threat of being convicted. People are entitled to their opinions about Julian Assange. That's fine. We're not here to change anyone's mind about whether he's a real journalist or whether he's a good person. Think what you want to think. But if he comes first, a journalist you do like is going to come next, and another one and another one. And that's why his prosecution poses nothing less than an existential threat to the freedom of the press.
So I want to send this message of solidarity out to Julian Assange. Julian has been in jail now for years, waiting possible extradition to the United States on charges relating to free speech, relating to his participation in revealing U.S. war crimes in places like Iraq and Afghanistan and elsewhere. And that's what he's being punished for. And he's been held now for years without trial in one of the most egregious acts of due process violations I've ever seen. And apparently he's in bad physical and mental condition, not surprisingly, because he's been held in very difficult circumstances, which have included solitary confinement. Again, for doing nothing but spreading the truth. WikiLeaks has never had to apologize or correct any information they've ever released. That's pretty incredible. Very few news outlets can say that. Certainly the New York Times cannot say that. So the case of Julian Assange is really a case against free speech. It's a case against the anti-war movement. And it's one that people really need to rally around. We really need to rally around Julian Assange to oppose his extradition in the United States, to call for all charges to be dropped against him, and to allow him to go home. And again, he should be at home now, even pending these charges. He is not accused of any violent crimes. There's no reason he couldn't be under house arrest, for example, in the worst of circumstances. So this is very concerning, and we need to keep up the pressure, and we need to keep up the publicity on his situation, which grows more dire by the day. So there you have it. We have to rally around Julian Assange. It's really a case that's going to impact on the freedom of journalism and free speech for many years to come. This will be remembered really as a great travesty. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Vincent Estefano. I'm the National Organizing Director of Assange Defense. But you see a man behind me, and that is Michael Deutsch, the great lawyer Michael Deutsch. Michael Deutsch joined the People's Law Firm, which was started in 1969, and I'm happy to say that that law firm is still going strong 55 years later. This is one of the preeminent law firms standing up for the voiceless. They represented people who were victims of police abuse and brutality. And much like Julian Assange, they also worked at uncovering information regarding people who've been wrongfully convicted and have been imprisoned for long periods of time. Now, thanks to the efforts of lawyers like Michael and the People's Law Office of Chicago, many of those people walk free today. Now, Michael has asked me to read a statement on his behalf, and I must say that I am honored to do so. I quote, "As a partner of the People's Law Office for over 50 years, I am now retired, I am honored to add my name to the human rights supporters calling on the US government to dismiss its extradition demand and end all other efforts to criminalize the work of Julian Assange. As someone whose legal career focused on fighting all forms of political repression by the FBI and other US police agencies, I believe the continued efforts to persecute Mr. Assange is a threat not only to him, but to all activists who are targeted for the exercise of their First Amendment rights to speak out against US criminal activities at home and abroad." End quote. I wish to thank Michael for the statement, and I wish all of you within the sound of my voice to join Michael in speaking out for Julian Assange. It is only through our concerted efforts, raising our voices and acting out, that Julian will be free. And that's what we want. Free Assange now.
Hi, Jill Stein here, candidate for president with the Green Party and longtime advocate for Julian Assange. Julian Assange is the foremost publisher and journalist of our era, a hero who exposed war crimes, corruption, and torture committed by our government in our name. And for that, he's been brutally confined for over a decade, first in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, and then in the infamous Belmarsh prison. He's been subjected to an Orwellian legal prosecution that has systematically violated the rule of law and due process, and that's according to the UN Rapporteur on Torture, and subjected to character assassination campaigns and to actual government assassination plots. Julian Assange should be receiving a Medal of Honor, not another extradition hearing and a looming life sentence. On February 20th and 21st, Julian Assange will face the final phase of his extradition proceeding. I urge everyone to do everything in our power to stop this travesty that would send him to a U.S. trial with a virtually assured conviction and a sentence of 175 years for a ludicrous, unfounded charge of espionage. So please join me in helping to get the word out, because it's not just the life of Julian Assange that's in the crosshairs. It's the life of our democracy that's hanging in the balance, because the extradition of Julian Assange is an attack on press freedom, and a free press is the missing critical counterweight to government corruption and escalating militarism that's gone off the rails. The U.S. is now spending half of our congressional budget on the endless war machine wreaking havoc across the globe, from the genocidal war on Gaza to the disasters in Iraq and Afghanistan to 250 U.S. military missions into other countries in the past 30 years alone. And that's according to the Congressional Research Service. All the while, tens of millions of Americans are struggling without secure housing, healthcare, education, food, and more. So go to AssangeDefense.org and check out what you can do. And that includes calling your representatives to Congress and telling them to support H.R. 934 to drop all charges against Julian Assange, end this extradition, and let Julian go home to his family. We need a free press if there's to be any hope for democracy, humanity, peace, and the planet. So let's stand up for Julian Assange and fight for his freedom to defend our own. Thank you.
For those of us in New York City and across the United States who oppose injustice, imperialism, Zionism, Julian Assange is more than an individual. He's become the symbol of a generation or several generations who believe in a truly independent media. How many Julian Assanges do we need right now? to tell the truth about what's happening in Rafah and across Gaza and across the occupied Palestine? How many Julian Assanges do we need right now to tell us the truth about a history of colonialism and plunder against the people of the Congo and the people of Sudan? How many Julian Assanges do we need right now to lay out for us why the Biden government just sent an additional $60 billion for a proxy war against Russian geopolitical strategic interests with the Ukrainian people trapped in the middle? We need to cultivate the Julian Assange method of journalism, a critical, independent journalism. And that's why Julian Assange has to be free. He should not be extradited to the United States, where he'll continue to have to endure isolation and even torture, according to all types of international bodies. It's clear why they hate Julian Assange so much, because they want to continue to wage their wars of pillage and imperialism and of Zionist colonization without any resistance. And Julian Assange is critical thinking and resistance.
Hi, everyone. Judge Andrew Napolitano here to speak a little bit about Julian Assange. Julian is an American hero and an international hero as well. Julian Assange is the most important journalist in the world at this moment in time, because he had the courage and intellectual fortitude to expose the fatal and maniacal excesses of the American government and its foreign policy in the Middle East. As a journalist, he received American secrets from someone. That someone was prosecuted and convicted for stealing the secrets. But under American law, under the U.S. Constitution, as interpreted by the Supreme Court in a famous case known as the Pentagon Papers case, when a journalist receives something of material interest to the public, it doesn't matter how he receives it, he is free to publish it without civil or criminal liability. The person who stole it and gave it to Julian has since had their sentence commuted, wisely, I think, by former President Obama. But Julian Assange languishes in a hellhole in a London prison because the American government, under the presidency of Donald Trump, decided to indict him for espionage and expose him to 175 years in jail. This is a profound injustice. He should not be tried for anything. You all know that. But now I add a word to the British judges and justices who will hear his final appeal before the end of this month. I am a former life-tenured judge in the United States of America. And I can tell you, Your Honors, most respectfully, that Julian Assange cannot get a fair trial in the United States on these charges. The bias against him, the prejudice in favor of the government, the exaggerated charges against him, the way he's been portrayed in the media, will prevent him from getting a fair trial. If you allow the British government to be subservient to the American government and send this good and decent man to the United States, he will not only not get a fair trial, he'll never see the light of day. In America, and I know in Britain because we inherited our system from yours, judges should not slavishly follow the written law if it produces an unjust result. If you slavishly follow the written law of extradition and send Julian Assange here, you will kill him. A profoundly unjust result. Do the right thing, Your Honors. Be the heroes you can be, and set him free.
My name is John Mearsheimer, and I teach at the University of Chicago. My area of expertise is international relations. I'd like to say a few words today about the Julian Assange case. A determination will soon be made by the British High Court on whether to extradite Assange to the United States, where he has been indicted by the American government and will be put on trial. I am asking the court not to extradite him and instead to set him free. I believe this is a straightforward case. Let me explain. For starters, the case involves a wide variety of classified documents that Chelsea Manning, who was a government employee, leaked to Julian Assange, a journalist who ran WikiLeaks, a famous website that publishes classified and private documents that were not supposed to see the light of day. Manning was caught and punished because she was a government employee and she broke the law by leaking material that was classified to Assange. But Assange is a journalist and he did not break the law, as it is commonplace for journalists to publish classified information that is passed on to them by government insiders. If journalists in the United States were sent to jail for publishing classified material, the jails would be filled with many of America's most famous reporters from newspapers like the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal. But of course, that hardly ever happens. Simply put, newspapers publish classified material and hardly anybody ever goes to jail. Why is this the case? What is the reason for this situation? Governments of every type, and this includes liberal democracies like the United States and Britain, sometimes go to great lengths to hide their actions or their policies from public view, which makes it almost impossible for the public to evaluate and criticize their behavior. Given that governments sometimes act foolishly, even recklessly, this is not a good situation. Thus, a rich tradition has developed over time in the United States where insiders leak information about classified policies to journalists who publicize the information so that the public can evaluate it and push back hard against misguided policies. The most famous case that illustrates this phenomenon involves the famous Pentagon Papers, which were a multi-volume study of the American decision to enter the war in Vietnam in the 1964-65 period, and then escalate it in subsequent years. Daniel Ellsberg, who was an insider and had access to classified material, leaked the papers in 1971 to the New York Times, which subsequently published them. The story in those documents was starkly at odds with what the Johnson administration had been telling the American people about U.S. policy in Vietnam. By most accounts at the time, and certainly since then, both Ellsberg and the New York Times performed an important public service. They exposed a bankrupt policy that underpinned a war that the U.S. could not win. Ellsberg did not go to jail, despite leaking classified information, although it did appear at the time that he might be sent to jail. Certainly, nobody at the New York Times went to jail because, again, journalists don't go to jail for publishing classified information in the United States. It is very important to remember that in the case of Julian Assange, he is not the equivalent of Ellsberg because he was not an insider who leaked the information. Chelsea Manning was the insider. Assange was the equivalent of the New York Times, and thus he should not be extradited so he can be put on trial in the United States. Unsurprisingly, government leaders do not like leaks unless they do the leaking, which they frequently do. Thus, they are powerfully inclined to punish those who do leak, and they even try on occasion to punish the journalists who publish the leaked material, as is the case with Assange. It is fair game for governments to go after leakers, but it is not acceptable for governments to go after journalists. Indeed, it would directly undermine freedom of the press, which is essential for monitoring governments and holding them accountable when they pursue misguided policies. In fact, one of the main reasons that the US government is so determined to put Assange behind bars is that he has exposed malfeasance by US policymakers. In my opinion, that is all for the good and essential for making a liberal democracy like the United States work as efficiently and wisely as possible. Two final points. First, it is important to emphasize that nobody was hurt because of the documents that Assange published. Nobody's life was put in danger because of what he posted on WikiLeaks, and certainly nobody was killed. For sure, the misguided actions of many US policymakers were exposed because of what Assange did. But that, in my opinion, is all for the good. Second, Assange has already paid a huge price for his actions. He has effectively been in prison for years. Sending him to the United States, where he is likely to be convicted and sentenced to a long jail term, would be a case of cruel and unusual punishment. For all these reasons, I respectfully ask the British High Court not to extradite Assange to the United States. In my opinion, that would clearly be the right decision. Thank you.
For almost 50 years, I practiced constitutional law in the United States with a major focus on First Amendment law and freedom of speech and freedom of the press. I've been fortunate enough to write about these subjects and publish a wide range of articles and books on the topic. Few Americans are aware that for over a decade, the US government has been engaged in one of the greatest threats to freedom of the press in American history. And I'm talking about the prosecution and I believe persecution of Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks. In November 2010, the New York Times, the Guardian newspaper, Le Monde, El Paz, and Der Spiegel published a series of revelations in cooperation with WikiLeaks that made headlines around the world. Known as Cablegate, a set of 251,000 confidential cables from US State Department, disclosed corruption, diplomatic scandals, and spy affairs on an international scale. According to the Times, the documents told the unvarnished story of how the government makes its biggest decisions, the decisions that cost the country most heavily in lives and money. Now, the Obama administration declined to prosecute Assange, reportedly due to the New York Times problem. How could the government prosecute Assange, but not prosecute the nation's most recognized newspaper, which published the very same leaks of national security information? In January of 2021, British criminal court judge Vanessa Barrister denied the US government's request to extradite Assange, given the fact that he'd been confined in the Ecuadorian embassy for 7 years and held in the Belmarsh high security prison since April 2019. The judge found that Assange's medical condition is such that it would be oppressive to extradite him to the United States of America. But instead of simply accepting that decision and distancing itself from the Trump administration's outrageous indictment of Assange, the Biden DOJ appealed that ruling and convinced the British High Courts to reverse the judge. Hearings will be heard in shortly to challenge that and seek further appeal, but that is Assange's last chance in the British courts to gain his freedom. On November 28, 2022, declaring that publishing is not a crime, the editors and publishers of the 5 international media outlets that had published the WikiLeaks revelations 12 years earlier released a joint letter calling on the U.S. government to end its prosecution of Assange. Quote, obtaining and disclosing sensitive information when necessary in the public interest is a core part of the daily work of journalists. If that work is criminalized, our public discourse and our democracies are made significantly weaker, unquote. Editors at major media organizations have decried the prosecution's chilling effect on the American press. Washington Post executive editor Marty Baron said the indictment, quote, undermines the very purpose of the First Amendment. And USA Today editor-in-chief Nicole Carroll has called it a chilling attack on press freedom and the public's right to know. According to Jamal Jaffer of the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University, the charges against Assange, quote, rely almost entirely on conduct that investigative journalists engage in every day. The indictment should be understood as a frontal attack on press freedom, unquote. The indictment alleges Assange violated the Espionage Act by obtaining, receiving, possessing, and publishing national defense information, and by recruiting sources and soliciting confidential documents by maintaining a website indicating that it accepts such materials. But that's exactly what investigative journalists do every day. They regularly recruit and solicit sources, use encrypted or anonymous communication channels, receive and accept confidential information, and publish it. It's not a crime, and it's entitled to the full protection of the First Amendment. Advocacy groups point out that countries like China and Russia will seize on the prosecution of Assange as a welcome precedent to use against journalists who publish stories critical of their regimes. Extraditing a foreigner for publishing sensitive information provides cover for nations seeking to target journalists and dissidents, even non-citizens. For example, the Assange case complicates efforts to condemn Russia's inexcusable persecution of Wall Street Journal's Evan Gershkovich. As the Freedom of the Press Foundation's director Trevor Timm rightly argues, quote, the Biden administration calls to free Gershkovich, which have a lot more meaning if they weren't attempting to prosecute a publisher for espionage here in the United States. In their new book, A Century of Repression, the Espionage Act and Freedom of the Press, Ralph Engelman and Carrie Schenkman call the act, quote, the most important yet least understood piece of legislation threatening the free flow of information in U.S. history because it does not permit consideration of the value of leaked secrets to discourse about U.S. politics, the appropriateness of the material's original classification, or whether the national defense was harmed by the secret's exposure. The prosecution of Assange seeks to break new legal ground. The notion of charging someone, not for actually stealing or leaking government secrets, but for receiving and publishing them, has never been definitively tested in court, because until now, the government has never had the audacity to bring such charges. The Supreme Court has said that a free press cannot be made to rely solely upon the sufferance of the government to supply it with information. This is correct and repeatedly held by the court that journalists are entitled to publish true and newsworthy information, even if their sources obtained or released that information unlawfully. Journalists have relied on sources who broke the law to report some of the most important stories in American history. Application of the Espionage Act that would prohibit them from doing so deprive the public of important news reporting. Democracy depends on a robust, wide-open free press. It is shameful that the Biden administration has fully embraced Trump's prosecution of Assange and is actively seeking to extradite Assange to the U.S. Publishing information that exposes government wrongdoing is what the First Amendment is all about. The Assange prosecution tests whether we can remain true to that principle. We dare not fail that test. The prosecution of Julian Assange should be dismissed. Julian Assange should be free and able to join his family and continue his work to expose wrongdoing and war crimes at the heart of what the First Amendment is all about. Thank you very much.
About Court 3, where there was the public allowed at the front, and at the higher gallery you had the press.
Okay.
And everybody said we can't hear what they're saying. And it's not like American court TV where they do a close-up on the speaker. It's like you're watching a set fixed screen of like, and that was felt quite blurry.
Right.
Like you couldn't see fake close up on anybody's faces when they were talking. So in the end, I just came back out because I felt I would rather stand out here with a placard amongst all the passionate people.
Yeah.
It almost felt like, because people have come from all around the globe, even Australia. I met, there was Australian press, TV, and everything. They've come like literally from the other side of the world.
Yes.
And then you went in there and you felt it was a bit like delayed, and then there was this problem with the technology. And you think, well, people can get out a smartphone and talk to somebody in total clarity these days in seconds.
Did it feel like it was a bit convenient that there was all these technical problems?
I was surprised considering how much effort people have made to get here and how passionate they feel and how important this is. And it felt a little bit like people are just sidelined in this small room, the people who aren't in the main room, which is fair enough. I don't mind watching it via a live link, but it was just totally so ineffectual that I just came out again.
Right.
And you'd think that because it's so, we're treating it, we know it's a really important case, but it felt as though that inside it's like this energy kind of, it just is it's almost like this high intense energy is not reflected in there at all.
It's very, very Kafkaesque.
They're talking very dryly. Well, I think because the way the law works, you have to go through the legal process points that have been made, but it just felt quite dry.
Right. That's so interesting. So where are you guys from, by the way? Because we've just ambushed you on the street.
Yeah, I'm going to pass you over to Sean.
Well, I'm from Australia, but I didn't come all the way over for it. I live in Somerset, yeah. But I came here for the day.
Right. Yourself?
We know each other because we both live in the same Somerset town.
Right.
We only know each other because we're both interested in Julian.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. That's awesome.
Yeah.
What are your feelings then on what you just heard from Kristen then about what's happened so far? Obviously, the nature of the case so far is just bizarre and unprecedented. What is your gut feeling about what is going to happen tomorrow?
I missed the first half of what he was saying, but I caught a bit of the court proceedings because I was
very much mirrors what you were describing.
I felt a lot of a certain hope because I'm aware that this documentary that's just been made about Julian Assange, it's been taken up by the major cinema chain in Australia, and literally thousands of people are watching it every day.
Yeah.
It's a sort of 2.5 hour long documentary, and it's won awards. And then because of the motion that the Australian Parliament passed, and even the Telegraph was saying they should let Julian Assange free, which is so kind of right-wing, and then the press seem to be coming out in support of him. So I do feel a certain hope.
Okay. What would it mean if the judges rule tomorrow not in the way that we would like them to? What would that mean, do you think, for the freedom of press and the confidence that journalists would have, independent journalists, to continue to do the job that we need them to do? Do you think it's going to have a knock-on effect that journalists aren't going to want to, they're going to self-censor themselves? There's going to be a fear there. Do you think that we're going to see more of that? This is going to be an example?
I think it has already begun.
Right.
I think there is a lot of self-censoring.
Yeah.
And I think the precedent that it will set is definitely like fear. People.
And I'm here with my good friend Alan. So Alan is
number 6, the prisoner.
That's it. He's Alan is always out on Wednesdays. Is it Wednesdays?
Wednesdays and Saturdays, campaigning on behalf of Julian. We're at Piccadilly on a Saturday in the West End, and outside Australia House, the Embassy at Australia House, on a Wednesday.
That's right.
Because we're campaigning on behalf of Julian, because what's happening to Julian here is unknown. It's never happened before to anyone in this country. And the strange thing about it is, listening to Roger Waters talk about his father dying in the Second World War, is this what his father died for? So people can be held without charge in a British prison? It doesn't make sense.
It's ridiculous.
And I was born and raised here. You know, I'm baffled by what's happening to Julian. It doesn't make sense.
No, it's bad.
You know, but the more they do to Julian, the more they expose themselves. You know, the Five Eyes. You know, the longer Julian's held, and the fact of the matter is, Julian's not being prosecuted. He's being persecuted.
Yeah.
The man is being tortured. You're in a cell 23 hours a day for the last 4 years. This is the 5th year.
It's 5th year, yep. I mean,
and you've not been charged with nothing.
He's on remand. Longest person on remand in a maximum security prison, Australian publisher.
There was a dictator arrested here. He was allowed to stay in a mansion in one of the nicest places out in Virginia Water, Pinochet, the Latin American dictator. He was allowed to be in luxury. Julian didn't even get house arrest. They dragged him. And don't call it an arrest, call it a state kidnapping on behalf of another state. And he's been held in a solitary confinement prison. Pinochet killed like 30,000 people and he gets a mention. Yeah. Julian reveals truth to the whole world. And he's in a maximum security prison with serial rapists and murderers. Man. Really, you know, it's the security state. It's the CIA, it's Mossad, it's MI5. So who really runs our country? Who really runs our governments?
And then that's another
question.
question.
That's another question for another day.
And then you leave
Julian was exposing all this. Yeah. That is why they want it. Because
but the thing is, the longer they keep him in there, the more they are exposed and more the interest people have. So you know what they should do is let Julian out, free him now, release him before all of us wake up and we start coming after these governments. And these
I'm telling you.
Seriously, because we're about had it, you know.
I'm done. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. You know, I'm talking to you now, and I'll be honest with you. I just don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me.
No.
It doesn't make
any
no
rational
sense.
person.
No.
They've broken all of their rules just to keep one
all
man
the laws.
Yep.
All the, you know.
He's a victim of criminality.
He has been spied on. His lawyers were spied on.
His doctors were spied on. Yeah. and Mike Pompeo and the CIA had actually
planned to kill him,
planned assassinations and kidnapping him. So I mean, all these things should have been dropped. The case should have been dropped already.
Yeah.
But we are here.
Yep, and we're fighting.
We are watching. We are waiting.
Yep.
We will not go quietly,
No,
and we will not be ignored.
No.
Love it. Thank you, Alan, for your Assange.
My sister, we're going to keep fighting.
Yes.
You in Australia, me in London, UK.
We're unstoppable, Alan.
Unstoppable. Especially you.
Monique, so you've come here all the way from Belgium. Why do you think this case is so important?
Because our right to information is at stake. So that's the fundamental question. That's why we are fighting. So for us, it's important to support Julian for himself because of everything he has done, but also because we are all concerned and it's all about us as citizens. If we don't get good information, we cannot act as citizens in the society.
You're absolutely
That's
right.
Why.
So, Roger Waters, who you participated and tabled it at his concerts, has been vilified for his stance on this. What would you tell the world about Roger Waters and what he has to say about Julian and about any other issue?
I admiring Roger Waters because of that kind of thing, because I think it's very important to for artists. But so first, he has the deep convictions, and I respect them, and I share them. And also, I think it's important for the artists to use their platform or the stage, etc., to communicate to the audience. It's not neutral what you are doing as an artist. So if you are committed to some fights, etc., for me it's wonderful that what is done. So I was really honored that he allowed us to have a table at his concert in Belgium to communicate with the audience and share the message about the right of information. For me, it's really that. My motto is right to information. For us as a citizens, of course, for the media, etc., it's the free press, etc., of course, but for us, that's where I'm positioned, because we speak to many, we gather every Monday in Brussels, and so we go to meet the people in the streets, etc., and that's the way we try to get them involved and to let them understand what is at stake in this situation is your right to know, your right to be informed as a citizen. So thank you so much to Roger Waters. I'm so grateful to him. Yes, yes.
Really
so you told me he was really fight for that and for everything he's involved in, so like other causes, and I find him very courageous and strong to keep on speaking loud for what he believes is important.
It's cost him tremendously.
Yes, yes, I know.
The great Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the theologian, German theologian, who was hung in Flossenburg 2 weeks before the Allies liberated him, said, "Silence in the face of evil is itself evil. Not to speak is to speak, not to act is to act." Monique, I want to thank you for acting and speaking, because that is the only way things are going to change.
Course. That's what I believe as well.
Yes.
So for me, it's normal. I don't.
This is a perversion of justice. My government is a perversion of the very principles it stands for. If you could say something to this court, if you could say something to the Biden administration, what would you say?
Drop the charges.
Yes.
That's all I can say because really I'm upset with all their way of treating this case and what they are doing to Julian Assange, and so I don't know what to say, because I don't understand. I don't understand, and I can't accept. So the only thing I have to say to Joe Biden is drop the charges. Julian Assange has nothing to do on trial in a prison or no. he did his job. He's a journalist, and our right to know is important. And so your duty is to respect people, to let people know about what's happening everywhere, what you are doing as politicians. So that's my message. I don't know if it's...
Monique, thank you so very, very much.
Thank you very much.
To observe what was going on inside. When I got inside this morning, I was not allowed into the main chamber. I was sent to an annex room with most of the reporters who were sitting there, not hearing a thing because the audio was constantly breaking. They were leaving the room. They were protesting. And if this is how you practice open justice, I don't have high faith in the court system here. It is absurd that journalists are not able to observe what is going on in the most important case for journalism in modern times. Absolutely absurd. And the fact of the matter is, I was told inside the courtroom, the chambers here, that the court here decided to put this case in one of the smallest courtrooms they had in the building. So only a handful of individuals could observe. What is that? How on earth is that possible with all the massive interest in the case? What are they trying to hide? Why are they toning down the access to this important proceedings? It is not the first time that we observe this. This has been going on in every proceedings we've had in the Julian Assange's case.
It's only a handful of us inside the room that actually can follow the proceedings. So I wanted to tell you about what was going on in there. We opened and we talked about Julian's political opinions and his political motivations. And they are clear and they're unchallenged, which is to expose state criminality. The United States has taken a politically motivated prosecution against a journalist because he exposed them committing crimes. And so what's going on inside this courtroom is to determine how the extent of the cover-up, the outcome of this hearing today will make it clear the extent of the cover-up. The only fair, I shouldn't even talk about fairness at this stage, because the country that's trying to extradite him plotted to murder him. What are we even entertaining in these courts?
As usual with the British justice system, it's very hard to access the case. So we were sat in the annex room, and you can barely hear the arguments of the Assange lawyers. The stuff I did hear, though, basically they were outlining grounds for appeal, which for me were just ironclad. There's no way you can, these substantive issues shouldn't be heard in the British court.
We cannot wait for the perverted British Jewish system or the perverted American government to provide us justice. Justice will only come when the voices of the people here and around the world are so loud that they can't ignore us any longer.
Serious human rights violations. Human rights
Hello, welcome back to the Royal Courts of Justice in London. We had planned to give you an update in around every hour of what was happening in there. I got access remotely to see the hearing and be able to listen to it. Unfortunately, we have not been able to listen to it because the audio does not work. This is the same problem that the journalists that are inside the court are having. They are in an access room where they can see a screen and listen to mumbling voices. This is not open justice. What we have seen here today is justice behind closed doors, because the people who are meant to report what's happening, the events that are happening on the day, cannot hear what is going on. So unfortunately, I'm having to come to you to report that we don't know what's going on. And we will continue to try and find voices that actually were in the only room where things can be heard, which is the main room. And it's one of the smaller rooms I hear from the big building we have there. So keep watching. We'll try to keep on reporting as best we can. Thank you.
Talking with Chloe. Chloe is directly involved in the campaign. Chloe, can you tell us a bit about what you're doing?
Yeah, so I actually work for an organisation called the Valholland Foundation. We're a German charity committed to issues of free speech, free information and a free press. We work very closely with WikiLeaks, and I also work very closely with the Free Assange campaign and the Don't Extradite campaign and any other various campaigns that we have going on.
Awesome. You're busy then, right? Cool.
Busy, yeah.
Oh, well, thanks for coming down as well. It's great that you're here, man. What is this case really about? Really? If we strip away all the noise, what is it really about?
This is about the relentless persecution of a journalist based off how he fundamentally humiliated and embarrassed the CIA. That's really what we're dealing with here.
Now he's being punished.
Yeah. And the message is being set. The message has, to some degree, already been set. There is a chilling atmosphere for investigative journalism, for national security reporting. That's already seeping through. And actually what we will find if Julian is extradited is that actually the laws going forward will be so deeply undermined that the ability for journalists to do the real action, the real work that we need as part of the pillars of democracy will have been completely undermined.
100%. Are you confident, having heard the reports back from what happened this morning in the courtroom, that things are going in the right direction?
No, never, absolutely not. And that was to be expected. But it's always distressing and shocking to realise actually how bad these processes are.
Yeah.
So they are running on an antiquated audio system inside the court. They hardly anybody can hear it. They're annexed. The audio is absolutely unbearable. I think even the remote access people are struggling with the microphones. I know that there was a break in the court proceedings while they tried to reset the microphone. But this is absolutely not acceptable. And they know that the eyes of the world are watching this case, and they still behave in this way. So, no, we are not expecting justice to be served. We've never at any point expected justice to be served, because this is not a legal case. This is a political case. And, Julian is being persecuted. That's what we're watching. So, but it's deeply distressing and it's deeply depressing.
So you're not expecting justice. So to preempt what's going to happen if, the worst it happens tomorrow, what happens next? Is this fight over, or?
No, the fight will never be over. And, for us, for Stella, for Kristen, for WikiLeaks, this fight will last as long as Julian is inside prison. And, we will fight for the rest of our lives if that's what we need to do. Our hope is that there will be, obviously, if it is the worst case scenario, then we have the option to take it to the European Court. The European Court is not a given. It is not we can opt out of this system and try and find some support in Europe. This is not that way. It's a complicated system. They very rarely rule in favour of people who take their applications to the European Court of Human Rights. I think from last year, there was 60-something applications of a similar nature that went to the European Court. One was ruled in their favour. So, none of these systems have the conclusions that we're looking for, that we want. We need somebody to intervene, drop the charges and release Julian Assange. But, the hope is that, obviously the main hope is that actually tomorrow they do, or at some point, again, we don't know when the judgment will come, but they will allow a full hearing. This is just permission to get a hearing. It's wild. But that's what Julian should have. He should go to the High Court. He should submit the entire 162 pages of appeal that we've had. That should be heard in the High Court. That's the best possible situation. That best possible situation means Julian spends months or years still in Belmarsh prison. It's outrageous either way you cut it. But obviously our main hope is that we block the extradition.
Right, okay. Well, before I let you go, everybody watching this on Stella Assange's live stream from all around the world who wants to get actively involved and amplify the cause, if you've got anything you can tell them that they can get involved in and help with this cause.
Well, I know that Stella's team around Stella have built her social media. Her profile is fantastic. We need you to stay engaged. We need you on the streets. There is a demo tomorrow. All this stuff is kind of weird because we can't give you exact times. We don't have them. But there will be a march going from the Royal Courts of Justice to Downing Street. We need you on that march.
Right.
The more public pressure there is, judges are sensitive to that. And that's what we need. We need boots on the streets. We need loud voices. We need placards. We need them to know that we're watching and we care and we're not giving up. This fight lasts as long as Julian's in prison.
Fantastic. Chloe, thank you so much. It's brilliant.
So welcome.
Thank you for talking to us.
Paget.
Yes.
And Estella.
Oh, fantastic. And where are you from?
We've come up from Sussex.
Oh, okay. So you're from the UK?
Ireland, but we've come up from Sussex today.
Oh, fantastic. And why was it important for you to come down today?
I've been for some years now feeling deeply supportive of Julian and Stella and the whole situation, and appalled by how he's being treated, they're being treated. And it's so, he's just an unbelievably courageous man. He's only done something good for the world and the way he's being treated. But obviously there's the bigger issue of not just his life, his family, all his loved ones, but what it means to the world, that somebody who tells the truth can be treated like this. So it's incredibly serious from my point of view. Yeah, well, absolutely the same as what Mum's just said, but also just absolutely just wanting to be here in support of him and standing up for the right of freedom of speech. We don't, without having free press, we don't have a democracy. It doesn't exist, and what does it mean if he's going to be treated like this? What does it mean for journalism, and other journalists, and that's, this just can't happen. He can't be treated like this. It's totally unjust.
And the president, if it is that it means that basically anyone can be arrested for saying anything about anybody, any government, and be, taken over to those countries as well. So, and with journalism changing as well, now we're all citizen journalists. So, does that mean if this precedent is set, then anyone can be taken from anywhere for saying anything? It's very very dangerous for our...
It's dangerous times, isn't it? And it's scary, and we have to, while we've got a voice, we have to speak up. We have to speak up for people like Julian, who are incredibly courageous, and stand by them and support them, you know.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, so thank you so much for coming down. Is there anything else you'd like to add at all?
Thank you, to you, to Julian, to Stella, and everyone that's supporting
absolutely
the cause for this, for the freedom to speak the truth.
Yeah, and I think it's wonderful that people come down. So we're going to be down here tomorrow as well. So if people will come down and support, the more people we get down here, the more the government can see that we're very serious about this. So thank you so much for taking your time to come and support Assange. Free speech, free press.
Take care. The world wake up. We all need to support him. Things like this.
Yes, we can't leave this problem to the younger generation, but because by the time they're our age and they realise it's all gone already. So Julian did say that we were the last free generation.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, he did.
And all the work that the previous generations did to give us these freedoms, is that going to be all in vain? Are we just going to throw that away? People, gave their lives for this, for the right, for freedom of speech.
And again, we're just going into endless war after endless war after endless war. You just have to see what's happening to Palestine. And Julian exposed those sort of atrocities coming out of Iraq and Afghanistan. And it's just because we've got smartphones now that people are seeing the devastation that these modern wars with these modern weapons can do to innocent people. So, yeah. Anyway, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Free Julian Assange.
Alexandra. I'm from Germany, near from Frankfurt, and we come here with a group of German people for Julian Assange. He's here in prison in Belmarsh, and today and tomorrow there is a trial in the Royal Courts of Justice here in London, and we have the opinion that he needs to be free, because it's not a crime to publish secrets which are crime. The people who do the crime, they are the people who are dealing not with moral, and this should be discussed. And I hope for his wife and his children that today, or hopefully tomorrow, Julian will be free, and with his children and with his wife, because his children and his wife needs Julian Assange free.
secret, former head of Friends of the Earth for 10 years.
Well, I'm here because you invited me, one, but mostly I'm here because without freedom of press, you cannot have freedom of society. Information is power, and the more information gets out about the way the world is, the more likely it is that not just activists come to a demonstration like this, but the mainstream start changing society and economy and politics. Because without fundamental change, we're into a death spiral. And it's the powers that be that Assange exposed that are responsible for that death spiral. We need an economy and politics for life. And that's what Julian stands for. And that's why I'm here.
Tell us your name and tell us why you're here.
My name is Peter Conway. I'm a singer-songwriter and a poet and a spiritual philosopher. And I'm here in solidarity with Julian Assange, WikiLeaks, the freedom of speech and the freedom of life itself.
Now, you've told me that you've made several songs. You've actually performed on our weekend concerts. I thank you for that and I honor you for that. Tell us about the music and how your music can help us free Assange.
The power of art, music, poetry, all forms, all mediums of art. It has the ability to transcend cognitive dissonance, transcend mass formation psychosis, and get behind the normal, the things that prevent people from getting deeper. Art has the ability to go past that. It bypasses it.
A universal language.
Yes. Through people getting into the melody, so many things, the rhythm, the poetry, the tone of someone's voice, the instrumentation, the artwork, the dance. Doesn't matter what kind of art it is. And there's something else which is very, very important, which is a reality exists where Julian Assange is free.
Yes.
He exists. That reality exists now, and he is free in that reality. Now, it might sound like I'm talking bonkers, okay? But we must start knowing in ourselves that that is a reality. It might sound like we're dreaming or we're lying to ourselves, but we must start knowing that Julian Assange is free. Julian Assange will be free. He is free. And we must start imagining him walking free. We must start seeing him come out of here with the right verdict, wherever he is. Every time we get a thought, he is free. Every time we get a thought, these curtailments on our freedom are not there anymore. And I think that art has the ability to lift our perception and our imagination to the point where we can think the unthinkable. We can believe the unbelievable. So,
you think it and make it so.
Thinking, but more than thinking. It's a being, it's a knowing, it's a feeling. And if you have all of them, you start to walk into that reality, because that's the reality you create through quantum dynamics.
Now, when we were talking earlier, you were talking about the concept of rights that supersede the inalienable rights.
That's correct.
Rights that are basic to our ability to live and to work together.
They're not even rights. The word rights, you could put that in the bracket of inalienable rights, but they shouldn't even be called rights. It's life.
Natural law.
The essence of existence is freedom. It is life itself. Our particles wouldn't be together if it wasn't for freedom. Life has been created out of freedom. It is life itself. So there's nothing that should ever prevent that, ever. The idea of it being prevented is insanity. The definition of insanity is the idea that you have to grant someone freedom or that freedom can be stopped.
It's not something given, it's something you possess.
Exactly, something that you are, yes. Something that you are. It's more than possess, you are it. The very atoms are woven with freedom. Every single cell, every synaptic pathway would not function without freedom.
If you could say one thing to the people in that courtroom right now, what would you say?
Listen to your truest self. Listen to what deep inside, intuitively, you know what is right, and be that.
Thank you so very much. That was fantastic.
Hi, I'm Steve Kenny. I'm Julian's Australian lawyer, and it is a great privilege to represent Julian. This is one of the most significant Australian cases ever, in my opinion, and it needs to be taken seriously by the politicians in the United States, the UK, and it also needs to be taken seriously by the courts that are considering this leave to appeal. And I'm hoping, and I believe that there's solid grounds for granting leave, and I hope that they do so.
vocally saying enough's enough.
Right.
And every other Prime Minister or politician in Australia has waited until they're out of power before they have said what they actually think about it. So even if this doesn't end the way we want with the courts tomorrow, I think it's not complete loss of hope. I'm still kind of holding on to every last.
We've got to. If you haven't got hope, that's all we've got. You know what I mean?
It's the end of the story until whatever happens tomorrow.
It can't
the
be.
end of the story.
It can't be.
Yeah.
So we are live streaming this on Stella Assange's YouTube channel. I'm not going to keep you guys too much longer because I know you want to get in there.
Thank you for talking to us.
But for everybody watching, what do you want to say? I mean, you just mentioned hope there. We want to try and end on a positive message if we can.
Yeah.
What do you think is the best thing that people can do to help amplify this cause and this message?
In a nutshell, if you go onto Stella's website, it's got so much on there in terms of practical information and links to things. So that's although if this is her channel, then people are already aware of it. But just to keep it in a nutshell. But if you can come in person, it's like to match up your sense of frustration and all the terrible news you've watched and feeling powerless. Turn up, it's like your heart really starts beating, you know, and it just feels amazing to be able to be here and be part of this.
Be part of this movement. Action.
The main thing that I think would be a point of like hope. I feel like word of mouth is a really powerful one, because it's when you can actually have a conversation with people that you disagree with rather than via a screen. And I think the other thing that I would suggest to anyone watching is think about the thing that got you involved in this, and see if that can kind of be a point of really like galvanizing other people towards that. I listened to this podcast, it's an Australian one, it's called Big Ideas, and that's what got me into this, because he was interviewing the lawyer at the time, and I just kind of stumbled across it, and suddenly I was completely like, this is such an injustice. So yeah, just think about what got you involved and maybe point people in the direction of that one thing, because it was obviously really powerful.
So when you said word of mouth is the most powerful weapon that we've got. Well, guys, thank you so much for giving us your time and everything.
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll see you on the other way around again. Thank you, guys.
Thank
See
you.
soon.
Are you sure? Are you still
My name is Mick Wallace. I'm an MEP for Ireland in the European Union, European Parliament. So, no, why are we here? Well, as the legal team were just pointing out, this wouldn't be happening only for the fact that Julian Assange has exposed crimes on behalf, state crime on behalf of the US. And he's been punished for that, and they're prepared to overrule all the rules, all regulation, and they don't give a damn, and they want to silence dissent. They don't want people exposing US NATO war crimes, and this is what this is really about.
I'm coming from Sweden to London to fight for Assange and fight for this freedom of speech and freedom of opinion, and yeah, and I hope the best for Julian.
Hi, I'm Dan Fuchs. I'm an artist and activist. I'm here because the Assange case is a case of our time. I still cannot believe that the man that exposed the crime is the one doing the time. But not only did Assange expose the war crimes of the United States, his case has exposed the corruption of our mainstream press, the corruption of our judiciary, and the corruption of our entire political class. But more than that, and bigger than that, the Assange case has exposed the lie and sham that is Western liberal democracy. We have no free press for as long as Assange is in jail. We have no free speech. If you cannot hold power to account, you do not live in a free and open society. The Assange case has revealed the true nature of those in charge. Their mask has slipped, the illusion of freedom has gone, and I'm afraid that we are confronted with the brutal reality of a vicious ruling class who are prepared to do anything to maintain their power and consolidate their control. We are truly living through dark and scary times. I believe the West is ascending rapidly towards a form of full-on fascism. Authoritarian laws and measures have been brought in to silence debate and shut down dissent. I have no idea what's going to happen in this building in the next 2 days, in these strange courts with their strange judges. But what I do know is that no matter what happens, this is not the end, but just the beginning of our fight back. We must take courage from the great courage that Julian has shown. We must. We must all step up and redouble our efforts. This is the fight of our lives. Everything is at stake. To remain silent is to be complicit in our own oppression. Because after all, it is not just Julian that's in prison, we all are. But in order to start freeing ourselves, we must start to free Julian Assange. Free Julian Assange.
Okay, we are back with Naila. Naila, how are you doing?
Hello.
Thanks for giving us your time.
Hi.
Why are you here today? What brings you here to the Royal Courts of Justice?
So I'm here to protest the persecution of Julian Assange. I think we need as many people out here to make enough noise for the state to see that, you know, Julian Assange should not be persecuted. He should be free. We're hoping that, you know, with as many people out here, the state will see that there's a lot of interest in this case, and we know why that is the case, because I think his persecution is a way to intimidate journalists into not reporting about the crimes of the government, be they war crimes or corruption. And of course, it's not just the British state or the American state as is often perceived. It's also, you know, governments that are enemy states to this, you know, such as Russia, Iran, etc.
And what is your feeling, having heard the reports there halfway through the day, when we heard Kristen talking about what was happening in the courtroom and everything? Does that give you much confidence about whether this is being taken seriously and gives us confidence for a good outcome tomorrow?
I mean, I've heard that. I've heard actually within the courtroom people can hear okay, but for the journalists, some of them that have been inside in the, I think it's the annex room or the other room, they can barely hear. And this has happened previously as well. I think this time around they've let more people into the court, which is good, but overall, I mean, there's been a lot of issues, such as they made this new rule recently where only people from England and Wales can have access. So, for instance, one journalist in the US, Kevin Gustola, who has done excellent work covering the case, he's wrote a book on the story of Julian Assange, and he was denied access, which, you know, is awful. Bizarre, you know, I mean, it's just that should not be allowed. This is of public interest. So why are they being arbitrary like that, where they're deciding who can get in and who can report on it? You know.
Do you have a feeling on which way it's going to go tomorrow, what the outcome's going to be?
Well, I would be surprised if we got a verdict tomorrow. I don't think that will be the case. It might be a matter of, you know, with the previous courts where I think there was an appeal that we were supposed to get a judgment for 2 weeks after, and it took about 8 or 9 months. So I think we might have something like that occur again, because I would be very surprised that if extradition happened during an election year in the US, I wouldn't expect that. But
so that this is going to drag on for, you know, an unknown amount of time yet before we even know what the next step could be.
Absolutely. I mean, one other thing is you know, we learned from the Stratfor emails that they wanted to move Julian around courts for 25 years as the punishment. What's known as the process is exactly, and that would be his punishment. So that could, you know, that could very likely happen. It is supposed to move to the European Court of Human Rights, but it seems as though the US wants to bypass that this time around. I think that violates many laws, but, you know, the whole case also does.
So if that's going to be the state of play, then which I agree with you, I think is most likely the outcome. It's just going to drag on and on and on, and just basically try and break the man down as much as they can, and that the process, the punishment.
Absolutely, yeah.
So then, where does that leave us? What can we do?
I mean, we still have to keep making as much noise about this, putting pressure onto the system to say no to this. You know, this will set a precedent for other journalists. I think the whole case in itself has already intimidated some journalists with their work, because Julian is the first and will not be the last. He absolutely will not. You know.
So we've got to keep our energy up and keep fighting. Because
absolutely.
The fight is far from over then. Nobody knows what happens within those 4 walls in the next 2 days.
Absolutely. I mean, after these court dates, we still have to raise awareness as much as we can until Julian is free. He should be free. He should be, you know, he commit no crime. He was a publisher. He published documents. He didn't write those. The government wrote those, you know. So, and journalism is not a crime. We apparently live in the free world. So the state should show us that it is a free country. And we should be able to report on any news within reason. The news that WikiLeaks published was in the public interest.
100%, yeah. It's an essential part of the mechanics of a democracy. Without a free press, we essentially don't live in a democracy.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it is very democratic with the way that things have been insofar as the persecution of Julian.
One thing to be you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Bye.
Cheers.
Thank you.
American government to provide us justice. Justice will only come when the voices of the people here and around the world are so loud that they can't ignore us any longer.
Yeah, my name is Michael. I'm from Berlin. I got this 12 years ago when WikiLeaks had its biggest moments, and in the consecutive years I made a lot of crypto parties for this because it's a heartwarming thing. It's such a nice community out there that tries to help Julian Assange all the way along, and it's so many stories and such an injustice that happened to him for the last years. So it's very good to fight on.
Okay, we are on the streets with Hermione, and I got to say that is the most awesome name we've had all day. Hermione, how are you doing?
I didn't understand you, sorry.
How are you doing? You good?
Yes, I'm fine.
Are you enjoying the day? How does it feel to be here with all of this?
Well, I think it feels good because everybody is so here to do something for Julian. And yes, I hope that he will be free.
And are you here tomorrow as well?
Yes.
Staying for the whole time?
Yes.
Great. And are you doing anything for the campaign outside of this as well? Are you involved in anything? You're giving out stickers?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Raising awareness, spreading the word, letting people know. That's great. And how do you feel about everything that's happening here today? Is it a good energy, a good vibe you're getting from this?
Yes, I think so. I think that everybody is so. There have my English is so good.
So you feel, yeah. I mean, to me, it feels like really positive out here. Like everyone is coming together for one cause. Are you hopeful about what's going to happen tomorrow?
Yes, I didn't know what will happen, and I hope that he will be free, but I didn't know.
And if he doesn't go free, what will you do? Will you keep fighting?
Yes, I will keep fighting.
And what do you think is the most important thing for people of your age to do to help get involved with this cause?
I think that the most important thing is that they see what Assange did. Assange public the video, and I think that is very important that people know what Assange public, and Assange, I think that he also wants that people know that.
Yes, so it's about spreading the words and letting everybody know what's happening. Brilliant. Hermione, thanks so much. I love the name. Thanks so much for being with us today.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you soon. Thank you.
Those First Amendment rights are, I think, in like so many basic rights within the United States, are largely a fiction at this point, even for Americans. I mean, for instance, we all have the right to privacy, but none of us have privacy. We know that from Snowden. Everything is captured and downloaded in perpetuity, and they built this giant supercomputer complex out in Utah. So, and that, by the way, is how totalitarian societies work. They get information on you because it's about when they want you seizing or twisting whatever information they have to criminalize the act, even if it's not criminal, and come for you. I mean, that's how that's why all totalitarian societies carry out mass surveillance. So the First Amendment rights have already been extremely tarnished. And as I said before, by essentially knocking the foundations out from under investigative journalism by going after whistleblowers or those who have provided information, now going after Julian. And if the New York Times doesn't think they're next on the list when they try and do something like Julian did, then they're very naive, but I think they do know. So, I mean, that's especially, the whole thing is it's almost Dickensian. I mean, the whole farce of it. I mean, charge him under the Espionage Act, and he's Australian, and he wasn't even in the United States, and he didn't commit espionage, and shipping him to the United States and denying him First Amendment rights in the U.S. court. I mean, it's kind of mind-boggling. I've watched the British legal system just violate the most basic tenets of judicial law, whether it's the extradition treaty, which prevents the extradition of anyone for political offenses, or whether it's the court deciding that agreeing with the prosecution that Julian isn't a journalist. I mean, look, I was in the court, and Baritzer, the high court judge, was reading her rulings off the laptop. Well, she'd obviously written them before she come into the courtroom. It was kind of like the Queen of Hearts. She wants to announce the sentence before the verdict. I think that's part of the reason they've made it so difficult to cover. I mean, anybody who knows the most basic elements of law will find it just, and that's part of I think in that sense, the legacy media has failed us, because it's in the details. It's sitting through the courtroom. It's watching Julian we're talking about a guy whose only crime of which he's been charged is bail, skipping bail when he took refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy. I mean, normally that's just a fine. They put him in a plastic box. He can't hear. He's got to get down on his knees to talk to his lawyers. The defense asks if he can sit at the table. The prosecution doesn't object, and the judge won't allow it. I mean, it's just on and on and on. You stack all that together, it's clear this is a lynching. I mean, it's because they don't have a case. He didn't commit a crime. Let's be clear. I mean, that's the bottom line. But as bad as it has been in the UK, and it's been awful, it's going to be worse in the United States. I mean, they're just I covered some of those trials, including of an activist named Dr. Samuel Arian, who was a great Palestinian activist, professor, and I mean, they just railroaded him for years and years. They didn't have any case against him at all. Same with the Holy Land Foundation out of Texas. This was a charity organization that provided support and aid to Palestinians. But after 9/11, Israel asked that all these groups be shut down in the name of fighting terrorism, and they were, and all these figures were persecuted, although they hadn't committed a crime. The leaders of the Holy Foundation are still in prison. Samuel Arian was deported. He lives in Turkey. I mean, and they all went through the Virginia courts. And, well, Sammy did. I'm not sure where the Holy Land Foundation went through, but I covered Fahad Hashmi was another one. I mean, because I spent 7 years in the Middle East. I was the Middle East bureau chief for the New York Times. I'm an Arabic speaker, so I have a long connection with the Muslim community, and in particular the Palestinian community in the United States. And boy, when they got to that court, I mean, it was, especially this one judge, Kronberg, who was trying Sammy. He asked for Eid, or, you know, one of the Muslim holidays off, and he said, I forget the exact quote, but it was something like, well, Muslims kill children on their holidays and when they're not on holidays. It was something like that, just so racist and awful. But that's what Julian's headed into. So, and I don't want to absolve the British court system, which has been really terrible, but it's just, and has not, you know, has certainly, it's been the pretense of law. But I think the U.S. version will be, you know, if we can, even cruder.
Sure. My name is Nikos, and I'm here because I support freedom of speech and I support journalists being able to do their job. I think that our governments are war criminals, and yeah, what's happening here is a blatant violation of all citizens, and we have to make our voice heard. And I think that this is not enough. I think when someone comes into your house and takes all your rights away, kidnaps you, kills you, how many more wars are going to happen? How many millions more around the world will die because we don't put a stop to it? We are complacent, we are guilty, so we have to do something about it. And I'm here to talk to people, see what's going on, and show my support. Yeah.
Fantastic. If you could say something to the jurists that are handling this case right now, what would you tell them?
Why did you... To the jurors?
The juries, yeah.
What does justice mean to you? Does it mean the laws set by these officials designed to oppress and play the system? Is that what justice means to you, or does it mean our fundamental human rights?
So the only reason Julian is here is because the people in my country, my president, have chosen to imprison him and torture him. What would you say to the people of America, and what would you say to Joe Biden, if you could?
I would say, do you really think that you are innocent? And, you know, how many... Hello? Everything is out in the open. Nothing more needs to be said. If you don't see the truth, you're ignoring the truth, or you are suppressing it so you don't do anything, you know. And to Joe Biden, there's nothing to say because he wouldn't understand it anyway. Change can't happen within the system, so it's up to you. You know, voting is not real. Voting is not real. You know, stop relying on this and stop sitting on the couch. You know, you can't. It's up to young people at this. So it's time to do something. And protesting is not enough.
Raise your voices loud. Make certain they're heard. Thank you very, very.
Julian! Thank you, Julian! Thank you, Julian Assange! Thank you, Julian Assange, for your job! You did a good job for the common good, for all the people all over the world! Press freedom! Press freedom! Press freedom! Thank you, Julian! Thank you, WikiLeaks! Thank you, Julian Assange! You did it! You did a good job! You must be free! Press freedom! Press freedom! Press freedom! Thank you, Julian! You did a good job for the common good, for all the people all over the world! You must be free! Free! You must be free, Julian! We love you! Freedom for Julian Assange! Press freedom! Press freedom! Liberty of information!
Outside the Royal Court of Justice in London, and we're talking with Ed, who's come all the way over from New York to support this very cause. Ed, how you doing, man? Thanks so much for taking time to talk with us. Can you tell us a bit about what you're doing and what you're involved in? It's super interesting.
I'm doing great, James. Thank you very much for having me on here. It's a pleasure meeting you both. So myself, I really got involved in the fight in, I would say, the early 2000s, very late 90s, early 2000s, was when I didn't have enough money to pay my cable bill, and so they cut it, which left me with the internet as my only source of information, which was probably the best thing that ever happened to me. Because that really opened the doors to a number of rabbit holes, and I took them. I went down, way down, and I learned so much. And I don't want to say I didn't know. I mean, if you're paying attention in the world, you should have some type of feeling that something's wrong and things are off.
Yeah.
Right, but it was those rabbit holes that allowed me to really get to the meat of what was going on. And since then, once WikiLeaks came about and the work Julian was doing, obviously I was a fan right away. Getting the truth of what's happening in the world to the people is the most vital of all services that can be done. Because if we don't really know what's going on, how can we do anything? How can we live our lives properly? How can we, how do we know what to stand for, what to vote for, what to go left, to go right? If we don't know, then we're just floundering around in Nothingville, with nothing. So I started my organization some years ago. It's called PHAET.org, PHAET. That stands for the People's Honorable Alliance for Exposing the Truth. So I have podcasts, I interview people just like you guys. And, knowing the importance of these two particular court dates of Julian's, where if it goes one direction, which we'll call it south, if it goes south, it's a major, major blow to freedom of the press. This is probably the most important case for freedom of the press of our lifetime. So I had to be here. I had to represent. I reached out to what is Julian's defense team in the U.S. So I don't know if you know Vinny DiStefano and all the Vinny and those guys. So that was kind of my in of people who I might know doing stuff here. And here I am. I should be interviewing Stella before I leave, and I've just met a lot of beautiful people here. The vibe. When you're any of these type of things where everyone's here for the same cause and it's a good cause, everyone's friends and family, like regardless. So anyone you walk by, just a smile, and then that leads to a whole conversation. 100%. And it's wonderful. So
it's such a different energy outside here on the streets, where you've got a real sense of importance. This means a lot to people. People travel from all over Europe, people away from New York, and it really, really means something to people. And I feel like there's a vast discrepancy between what's happening out here on the streets with the people with whom it matters the most, and what's happening inside with the people who are making decisions that are going to ultimately affect the outcome of this. What do you feel is the thing that people can do most? Because the people are clearly on side here. This is not an issue of the consensus is not in question here. What can all of us do when we walk away from here tomorrow, which my guess is it's going to be a disappointing outcome? What can we do? Because Julian is not going to become a free man tomorrow. It's highly unlikely that's going to happen. So what do we do to keep our energy, to keep this fight going, to keep engaged, to keep this alive? Because things, as we know from previous experience, can quite quickly fizzle out with these long-winded campaigns. How do we keep the energy going? Because as you said, this is so important, it's so historic, it's absolutely pivotal to all of our democracies to have Julian Assange walk free as an example of what we stand for as a democracy, not what they stand for.
So that's a very, very good question. And I know that the sentiment, even among his inner camp, is not hopeful, right, for the outcome of this. I, by nature, am an optimist, so I have to remain steadfast that anything can happen and the right thing can happen. I think the most important thing is that, as much as the people that are here, and there are others who aren't here but would like to be here or are supporting from wherever they are, there's still so many people that are unaware of what's happening and unaware of the gravity of this situation and just how important this is. So I think the best thing that everyone can do leaving here is spread the word further. Tell more people, engage people in conversation. Get on social media, put stuff out, ask questions. That's, I think, really the best thing is because the more people, the better. The more strength we'll have as a movement, more voices. Even get your local or whatever country you're from politicians to throw in their support. Send letters of support. Do whatever they have to do. The more pressure we put on the system, the better chances there'll be for some type of a positive outcome.
Amen. Well, great words. Do you want to plug your podcast and your organization again so people can check out, because you're hopefully doing an interview with Stella as well, and check out all the other great work you're doing. So remind the guys where they can find you.
Thank you. So again, I go by the Wordsmith, WORDSMYTH, the Wordsmith. My organization, fate.org, PHAET, the People's Honorable Alliance for Exposing the Truth. I'm on YouTube, I'm on Apple Podcasts, I'm on almost every podcast platform there is. The title of the podcast is called It Was Fate. It Was Fate, PHAET, It Was Fate. And yeah, it's just, reach out. If you want to get in touch with me, reach out. And thank you guys for all the work you're doing here. Many blessings to you.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, my brother. Yes, thank you.
Cheers.
This has to stay. Allora, ho parlato io col toscano quando ho parlato lì, adesso vengo là della parte lì,
Va bene?
Bravo Clea Daily! Freedom! Freedom! For Julian Assange! Freedom! Assange freedom! Press freedom! Assange freedom! Press freedom! Assange freedom! Press freedom! Good job, Julian. Thank you, Julian. You did a good job for the government, all the people of the world.
Per favore, signora.
San Paolo, Brasile. Seattle, Stati Uniti. Strasburgo, Francia. Stuttgart, Germania.
This is from Rome.
Australia. Tarragona, Spagna, Paesi Bassi, Toronto, Canada, Toulon, Francia.
That's the embassy, the British embassy.
Good afternoon. We're here in front of the Royal Courts of Justice, and I'm here with Clara. Hi, Clara.
Hello.
How are you, love?
I'm fine, actually.
It's a little bit chilly. It's getting a little bit chilly. It's been a long day. Thank you so much for coming down, Clara. I was just wondering what it means to you, the trial of Julian Assange, and what's happening to Australian publisher Mr. Julian Assange.
Obviously, it's been horrendous journey to get here today. Hopefully, things will be in favor of Julian some way and another. It's been too long for this man to be persecuted for so many years. I mean, he was in the embassy for 7 years, 5 years in Belmarsh, and 2 years in house arrest. So Julian hasn't been a free man for all these years, which is absolutely horrendous suffering for himself, the family, and for us the supporters that we've been with this journey with him since the day one. And our hope is that Julian will be free one day, and that's the only thing that we concentrate, to free him one way or another. This is up to the end. Is completely is grotesque what they're doing to this journalist and such a publisher and a well-known figure. So we're very happy that there's many people here today, and we'll be here tomorrow, obviously, and we'll carry on. We've been in the street for Julian since Julian has been in Belmarsh for 5 years. We've been doing 2 vigils, one in Belmarsh in Australian House, it's not far from here, and in Piccadilly Circus to keep the flame alive for Julian, because unfortunately many people still don't know who he is, and it's absolutely obscene that the public in England, where he's held, is not aware that what they're doing with this guy.
Yes, yeah. And so, yeah, I know that you're a huge supporter and that you've been doing so much for Julian, and for that we're very grateful. I know that I watch your group from Australia, and every year when I've come over, I've come down to be with you guys, and
Absolutely.
you've got great camaraderie.
Yeah. We have met you before, Jodie, and we've been very lucky that we meet people from all around the world come to support our vigil.
I know, yeah.
Unfortunately, the public in England is not very cooperative with this cause.
Why do you think
because
that is?
the press have been silent this man for many years, and the first few years the press demonized Julian terribly. So that was all about. Is the press hasn't been very kind to Julian Assange.
No, the press really turned their back on a fellow journalist.
Absolutely. They've been absolutely 100% silence this man, which is not acceptable. And I mean, that's what I say. People don't know who he is in England, which is a disgrace.
Well, it's a little bit like that in Australia as well, although the Parliament's just done, they're trying to step up their actions a little bit too late. But I'm hoping that they will continue to do that. I have been very disappointed with the English Parliament, however.
It's absolutely terrible here.
Nothing.
It was.
Apart from Jeremy Corbyn and a few others that I met.
And it's practically Jeremy Corbyn has been silenced, and it's very few. But the Parliament here is absolutely shocking.
They like to speak words like accountability and transparency and free speech, yet you hear very, very little from the MPs or the House of Lords or anything like that on Julian Assange.
It's completely silence. It's absolutely incredible what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're trying to bury this man like he doesn't exist.
Absolutely.
And putting him in a maximum security prison, that is beyond comprehend.
Absolutely.
We're so upset about what's going on. It's very frustrating that what they're doing to Assange.
Yes. I would like just to say on behalf of Australia and Australians, because I would want
Alice Springs to be here with you folks. You're amazing. Good on you.
Let me get around this guy.
Here's my friend. Oh, right. Yeah, good. He's burned a little bit. Yeah, I thought I'd be, I want to look like you now. That's terrific. Yeah.
I saw you in Cologne a couple of times. Yeah, sang a few songs out here. Lovely to see you again. I hope you're holding on well.
No, darling, you need to go to the stage.
I'd never go to the stage. You come to look at the stage.
From Adelaide, and I'm bringing you good wishes from all of your friends.
Did you come to any of the events? Is that right?
No, I've been overseas, so I've just come here from France just for the weekend. Great strength to you and to Julian.
Oh,
Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange!
Fantastic demonstration today. Fantastic that so many of you stayed here all the time to demonstrate and to give the support to Julian Assange and to his family and legal team that have been battling away in the courtroom today. Christian Harfordson, the editor-in-chief of WikiLeaks, is now going to give you his take on what's been happening today, and then we'll be working through a few guest speakers before we go and make sure that you're back here tomorrow. But first of all, Christian Harfordson.
Thank you all for coming here today and stay out throughout the day. I am so heartened to see all of you here, still here after this long day. This hearing today has now come to a conclusion, to an end, but there's a continuation tomorrow. Today, Julian's lawyers were presenting the arguments against his extradition, the arguments that they do want a chance to present in a full appeal. And it's so amazing that you should have to go through all this to get a chance to have these arguments presented in an appeal court. It should be a given thing, but it's not a given thing. We still have to wait for the decision by these two judges here. Each and all of the arguments presented here today by Julian's lawyers would in itself suffice in a normal country to stop the extradition. There are so many arguments, I'm not going to be able to repeat all of them, but each and every point should in itself suffice to stop the extradition. The very fact that this is a country whose intelligence agency, CIA, plotted to assassinate Julian should in itself stop an extradition. If it was any other country than the United States, it would suffice. The United Kingdom would not extradite anybody to another country that had plotted to assassinate the individual, Julian Assange. And they did so and discussed it on the highest echelon level of power in the White House. Can you imagine that? How can you send Julian Assange to a country which wanted him dead and openly discussed ways and means to do so? That's outrageous. That should in itself be sufficient. All the other arguments that pile on top of it to strengthen the case. The fact that it was a spying done on his legally privileged communication, tainting his possibility to have a fair trial in the United States, should in itself be enough and sufficient. The fact that he's going to be put under such conditions in prison in the United States, despite any bullshit called assurances, and excuse my French, it's just simply that. It's BS. Assurance of what? There is only one agency in the United States can actually define and order the Bureau of Prisons to put Julian Assange into conditions which are so harsh that it could lead to his death. That is the CIA, the very agency that plotted to kill him. And do you think that they will refrain from demanding that he be put into solitary confinement? I could keep on going about the legal arguments presented here to the two judges today. Such arguments that it would be in any normality in a civilized country absolutely impossible to come to other conclusions that at least allow him the opportunity to go through the appeal process. I have gone through so many proceedings in courthouses in this country that my hope is not big that Julian will have finally any justice in these halls of judicial power in the United Kingdom. My hope is slim. My hope is with you, that you can persuade the judges to finally listen to the argument. You tell them you are watching. Your eyes are upon them. You will be their judges. If they want to be on the right side of history and not go down the drain, they need to listen to you. Please come back here tomorrow for day 2. Please come back. Continue to apply this pressure on the 2 judges, because they do notice. The press is noticing. The message is getting across. We see growing support for the cause of Julian Assange. And it's because of you who showed up here today. Please come tomorrow, and thank you for showing up. Free Julian Assange. Free Julian Assange now.
Now, I'm very pleased that we've got another guest here with us today. He's a member of the European Parliament, and anybody who's watched anything to do with the Assange case, or indeed anything to do with progressive politics whatsoever, will know that there's no better fighter, no better spokesman than Mick Wallace.
How you doing? It's great to see so many good people here. It's great to see that there's so many people that care. In the European Parliament, they talk morning, noon and night about freedom of journalism, freedom of expression, human rights, humanity law. But you know what? The place is creeping with hypocrisy. They don't give a damn about journalists when it doesn't suit them. The treatment of Julian Assange exposes the Western countries like nothing before. Over nearly 200 journalists have died in Gaza. They don't give a damn about them either. They only care about journalists provided they have them in their pocket and they do what they're fucking told. The persecution and the attempted extradition of Julian Assange is all about stopping the truth. Because they don't want the truth to be out there. Because they behave badly. They're still behaving like colonialists. Their mindset is still colonialist. And that too has been exposed in Ukraine and in Gaza. Western imperialism is still on the march. And Julian Assange had the audacity to expose the fact that they commit war crimes morning, noon and night to achieve their ambitions. Well, you know what? The people of the world are waking up. The people of the world have had enough of them. Politicians have never changed the world, but the people have. And more than ever, I have never seen so many people on the streets as we have in the last couple of years. Because the establishment has been exposed for what it is. And God help us in Britain now. He's had to pick between Sunak and Starmer. God fucking help us. But things can change. We can make the world a better place. We can organise the society where people are treated fairly. We don't have that at the moment. But it's so important that we challenge the system. We cannot be putting up with it. We have to make it plain that the people have had enough of this nonsense. And the freedom of Julian Assange is central to this. If no one knows what verdict is going to come out of this trial. We've seen so many at this stage. But at the same time, the ICJ in The Hague gave us a verdict that we didn't expect. Let's hope we get another one out of Intel. Thanks.
Now my next speaker is also a member of the European Parliament. I've seen her speak a number of times. I've never seen her opponents come off better than she did in any exchange. Today, I have only one wish, that she'd chosen, instead of a career as a politician, to be a lawyer. Because I would love to have seen her in that court today, answering the American government and the British government over the extradition of Assange. Please give a huge welcome to Claire Daly.
How in God's name am I supposed to follow an introduction like that? I think that's very unfair. Look, it's difficult enough to follow Mick, but I just want to say, on behalf of humanity, on behalf of everyone, to all of ye who have turned out today in such large numbers. I know we've met people from Italy, people who travel from Switzerland, from Sweden. We know that as we are assembled here, there's people organising in Dublin, in Brussels, for the first time in Oslo, and all around the world, because we represent the voices of truth, the voices of freedom, and the voices of resistance. And that is why Julian Assange is in that court. Now we know that what is at stake here is not the life of a man, although the life of a man is at stake. And that is incredibly important, and we never lose sight of it for a minute. But more than that, it is the defence of freedom of speech, of freedom of association, a stance against the criminalisation of journalism. That is what we are here. And how absolutely outrageous is it that an exemplary journalist, and we heard the evidence in the court today, a journalist whose work in exposing war crimes, renditions, torture, criminality resulted in those awful things being changed and stopped, that he's the one in prison and the people committing that are walking the streets doing gigs for Israel or whatever the hell Tony Blair does. So the chilling effect is here. We know that. They say if Julian is sent to America, the chilling effect will silence other journalists. It has already been here for the past 12 years. So I think it is very fitting that we're here against the backdrop of the appalling atrocities and the live stream genocide in Gaza. We know that also where a civilian imprisoned population is being targeted. We also know the Ukraine war is going on without end, because that's what NATO want. And I just want you to remind you of the words of Julian when he talked about the war in Afghanistan. And he said that these wars are about flushing the money from the tax bases of the US and the EU through Afghanistan and back into the bank accounts of the military-industrial complex. It's not about winnable war, it's about endless war. How true he was. And therefore, that voice, that very special voice that he had, is needed now more than ever, because it's not just about silencing the peace movement, it's about journalism, it is about silencing the peace movement. So let's remember also that if wars can be started by lies, peace can be started by the truth. You're all here on the side of truth, so is Julian. We'll be all here tomorrow, and we will not rest until justice prevails.
Now we all know that we have never been able at any point to rely on the political establishment or the court system to defend Julian Assange. This has been a work that we've had to do ourselves. This has been about people power. But every movement, produces the spokespeople it deserves. And this is a good movement. And in Stella Assange, it has produced an exceptional leader.
So today was a day of legal arguments, but really what it was an indictment of a rogue agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, which it pops up in each of the arguments. Whether it was Julian exposing their torture program and their involvement in illegal killings, or their own plots to murder him. Throughout, the origin of this prosecution came about when the CIA head, Mike Pompeo, lost the plot. He lost the plot, and then he instrumentalized his agency to go after a media organization, to plot the murder of a journalist, and to imprison a publisher in London. They lost the plot. It is rogue, it is out of control, and now it is targeting the press. Whatever happens in the coming days, it's now been aired in court. The murder plot, the political motivation coming out of Mike Pompeo's obsession with killing Julian, and the murders that Julian exposed in Iraq and Afghanistan, the torture program that European countries willingly participated in. We free Julian, we regain our democracy. Let's free Julian. Come back here tomorrow. Free Assange.
Thank you all so much for being here today and for staying here today. We have one more day in this possibly last hearing for Julian Assange. So please be back here at 8:30 in the morning. Stack your placards. We'll bring them back to you tomorrow morning for you to be part of the demonstration tomorrow. Please tell your friends, your family, your workmates, your fellow trade unionists to be here tomorrow. And at the end of the court hearing, which we expect to be about 4 o'clock, we'll be marching from here, down the Strand, down Whitehall, to Downing Street. So at the very centre of power in this country, they understand that the political prisoner, Julian Assange, must be set free. Stay strong, stay fighting. See you tomorrow.
An overview of what happened today in the court.
Today we heard the arguments from our side, from Julian's side, from both Ed Fitzgerald Casey and Mark Summers Casey, outlining our grounds of appeal. We heard about the US-UK extradition treaty point, which is that this extradition request is for espionage, which is a political offence, and that's prohibited by the terms of the treaty. So the very treaty that provides the basis for this extradition request prohibits the kind of request that's been made for Julian. We say that that's unlawful, under international law, and that it constitutes an abuse process, an abuse of this court's process for the US to knowingly make a request which is prohibited by the terms of the treaty. We then heard arguments about the Article 10 aspects of this case. Of course, Mark Summers took us through the issues related to Chelsea Manning and the fact that Chelsea Manning's conduct in releasing this information to WikiLeaks would be protected by free speech protections and whistleblower protections under European court jurisprudence, and therefore that what Julian did as a publisher in receiving and publishing this material was also protected acts. So it would be a grave violation of his right to free speech if he's extradited to the United States. We also heard our argument about the application of the First Amendment and the fact that the prosecutors in this case say that Julian won't benefit from First Amendment protections at all. Not only is the prosecutor saying that they will argue this, that as a foreign citizen, as an Australian citizen, that once in the United States he won't benefit from constitutional free speech protections, but that Mike Pompeo, the head of the CIA, said that he does not benefit from them. So we've been hearing a lot about free speech today. We also heard the arguments this afternoon about the use of the death penalty. So we are very concerned that the conduct that Julian's been accused of on the terms of the indictment could be used to charge him with other more serious offences, or indeed be used to sentence him in more serious ways. And we heard a lot about how this prosecution and indictment was instituted after the CIA disclosure, so after Vault 7. So there is a risk that Julian could face further charges once in the United States, and that the conduct as described on the indictment could in fact be used to form the basis of a charge under the Espionage Act that could attract the death penalty, and that's prohibited by the Extradition Act. So it was a long day in court. We heard a lot of very complicated legal arguments, but I think that the judges were receptive.
And tomorrow we are expecting the American side of the arguments, and are we expecting that to be an intense and depressing day, or we're going into it with some feeling of positivity?
I think it's difficult for the US to answer some of these arguments. Of course, we heard today that a number of these points could have been dealt with by the US in terms of assurances, whether we talk about they could have given an assurance that they will not charge him in ways once returned to the United States that would attract the death penalty. They could have given assurances that he will benefit from the First Amendment, and they will not ask a judge to say that he won't benefit. We haven't had any of that from the United States. So they're going to have to grapple with that in terms of their legal arguments. I think we'll hear a lot about the US current prosecution strategy, which I think is a grave concern for all journalists. This is a US administration and a Department of Justice who in this case is prosecuting a case that what we would consider to be Article 10 protected activity is a crime.
And just one final question. Did you see Julian? Did he join by video link today?
Unfortunately, Julian is not well enough to attend the hearing, so the judges had made provision for him to actually attend in person, had he so chosen, or to attend by video link, and he has not been able to do either because he's not well. So sadly, Julian was not participating in any way in the proceedings, so we'll be having to brief him about it later today.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you.
Hi guys, I don't know if you probably got married during COVID. We're ready, I can count you in.
Chief Investigative Reporter. So now we're joined by Matt Kennard, Declassified's Chief Investigative Reporter. Matt, can you tell us about what it was like in the court today? We know there were audio issues. How did it go?
Yeah, I mean, it continues a theme with this case, which is it's impossible to get access to the case. You've had NGOs and journalists trying to get access to Julian in Belmarsh and finding it next to impossible. I've been to other hearings and they make it as difficult as possible. Today, people were laughing because half the time we couldn't hear what the audio was. Then they would cut out. The technology looked like it was from like 30 years ago. We were looking at a grainy picture across a courtroom with bad sound. So, first of all, this is an open justice, and it should be, because this is the most important press freedom case in recent history. There's people can speculate about reasons that we're not getting that. But actually, what happened inside, I thought, was quite promising. There were lawyers arguing for Assange, and they went over the basic tenets of the case, which is that this is a political prosecution, which is outlawed by the US-UK extradition treaty of 2003. You can't extradite people for political offences, and he's charged mostly under the Espionage Act of 1917, and espionage itself, case law has shown, is a political offence. So at heart, it should be struck out. They also went through the arguments about how it contravenes the European Convention on Human Rights. One of them, Article 7, is about foreseeability, which is that no publisher has ever been prosecuted by the United States for publishing state secrets. That's never happened. This would be the first prosecution under that. So in 2010, when Assange started publishing the cables, there was no way he could have known he could have been prosecuted for it because there was no precedent for it. So again, another reason it should be struck out and the extradition should be stopped. Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights is about freedom of speech and about freedom of the press. And again, this violates fundamental tenets of freedom of the press, freedom of speech. So again, another reason to outlaw it. It was extremely convincing to an independent, neutral observer. The problem we have is that the British judiciary has shown itself from the start to not be independent or neutral. The original Barreza ruling in late 2021 basically agreed with every dot and comma of the US indictment, apart from the fact that it would be too much of a risk to his mental health and he was a risk of suicide, and that was what it was blocked on. But everything else she agreed with. So what we need now is an appeal where all the substantive issues, which they discussed today but not at length, substantive issues are discussed because the stakes are extremely high. As we heard today in the courtroom, this goes to the fundamentals of freedom of speech, free press and freedom itself, because if you violate the principles that they're violating with this case, then it opens up a whole panoply of different options for anyone who comes after Assange to get taken out. I'll finish with this. The scariest part of this, and this was touched on as well in the hearing today, is that Julian Assange did not commit any of the conduct or any of the so-called crimes that the US is charging him with in the United States. This happened outside of the United States. So what this case does is it gives the United States extraterritorial reach to go anywhere in the world, to take any journalist or publisher who's publishing information they don't like and put them in Supermax prison for the rest of their life. And that is, there's barely been a threat of that size to our freedoms ever. So we need to stop this case. What needs to happen and what has to happen and what should happen is that there is an appeal on those substantive issues and he wins. But we'll see what happens.
Fantastic. Thank you, Matt.
Attention Canadians, feel disconnected from our current political system? Join the power shift to freedom movement by the Canadian People's Union and be part of a bold vision for Canada's future. It's time to shift the political power to its rightful owners, the Canadian citizens and Indigenous peoples of Canada. Dive into our history, understand the need for change, and embark on the quest for true democracy. Are you concerned about our nation's commitment to human rights and self-governance? The power shift to freedom aligns with vital treaties and international laws, enabling us to claim our rightful place as collective head of state. We advocate replacing our partocracy system with a true democracy to ensure your voice counts more than party interests. When our national collective civil and political rights are respected, your influence on policies will be direct and impactful. Join us on this noble struggle to make every Canadian and Indigenous peoples a meaningful participant in our future. People 15 years old and over can sign the Convention of Consent and unite for our rights in the Constitution. Ready to be part of this transformative movement? Visit thecpu.ca for more details. Embrace the change and shape our future.